Hey, 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 hey. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Agostinho Zinga Show with your host, Agostinho Zinga. And this episode number 1044. Episode number 1044 of the Agostinho Zinga Show, coming live and direct from an undisclosed location somewhere within the depths of London. How you guys are doing, how you guys are feeling. Welcome back to the show. Amazing, good to hear. Amazing, good to hear. How am I doing? Pretty well, all things considered. Actually, forget that. I'm doing amazingly well. This has probably been one of the best weekends I've had in a very, very long time, and I haven't even done that much. All I did was hate watching Arsenal. You know, it's been one of the best weekends I've had in my entire life of recent, and all I did was hate watch Arsenal. That's all I did. Hate watch Arsenal, work out in the gym a bit, do a bit of running, and that was it. Nothing else was done, and also just consume some food. Nothing else was done, and I had one of the best days I've ever had. Who would have funked it? Who would have funked it? Who would have funked it? Well, apart from that, loads of things else have been going on in terms of culture, which I need to talk to you about. Jay-Z at the Roots picnic went flipping crazy on Drake. We've got some stuff regarding Palace. We've got some stuff regarding Trapstar, unfortunately going to bankruptcy, which I'm really sad about. Even though I don't wear none of that stuff, it's not for me personally. I still think they were an absolute institution in the UK, so I feel really flipping sorry and bad for them and what they're currently going through, and a few other things I want to talk to you guys about that I can't wait to get stuck in with. So thank you for tuning in. As you guys know, if you're watching this through YouTube, if you're watching this through any streaming platform, I'm doing a 30-day member-thon, 30-day subathon, 30-day member-thon, 30-day subathon, where I intend to stream for a day all of June. Does that make sense? No, I intend to stream every day for the entirety of June. So from the 1st of June all the way to the end on both channels. So I'm going to be working doubly as hard. Most of these flipping people that have channels, that have shows, that do content, they only stream on one channel. I'll be streaming on 2 channels once a day for the next 30 days. 2 channels once a day for the next 30 days. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. So thanks so much for tuning in. It's going to be a really, amazing time. If you want to take part in a member fund, make sure you become a member on either my YouTube channel or my Kick. Obviously the YouTube, I wouldn't mind. Kick also I wouldn't mind. So I'm not really bothered which one you do it. But help me reach the 500 goal member target on both channels would be super amazing. It's a really far out there goal. It's not going to be easy, but if I'm diligent, if I'm persistent, if I just keep banging out the content, you never flipping know how things can turn out. You never flipping know. But regardless, I'm going to have fun with it. I'm going to enjoy it, and I'm going to stick with it. And I'm going to, fingers crossed, touch wood, cross my heart, and not hope to die, that I stick through it the whole 30 days. I have to keep restyling like I usually do. I hope I stick through it the 30 days. I think this first 7 days are probably really important. No, I said that. The first 5 days are really important. Forget 7. The first 5 are important because once you get 5 under the belt, I think it's almost like wasn't there like a Jerry Seinfeld? There's a really popular Jerry Seinfeld quote I remember hearing. I think it kind of related to him talking about. I think it related to Seinfeld talking a little bit about comedy and about doing sets and reps. And I think his idea of doing sets and reps was that you should just stick to making sure that you can link the days. Like you want as many unbroken chains as possible. So I think he basically said that once you hit a certain number, your brain won't allow you to just break the chain for no reason. You have to be a really, really, really good reason for you not to kind of go up and, and do what you meant to do. Whether it's going to tell a joke, write a joke, whatever. So you just want to keep the chain going. So I think if I can stick to 5 days consecutively, back to back with no interruptions, I think I'll be able to do the 7 and I'll be able to do the 30. But I got to get past the 5-day hurdle because those first 5 days are the hardest to kind of get on it. You get a bit lazy. You leave your workout too late. Then as you guys know, I'm a little bit of a PUSSY when it comes to working out and also streaming. I work out too much and then suddenly I can't stream and I'm asleep and stuff. So all those things kind of go in, but hopefully with grace, with determination, with a good open mind, with a good spirit, and with some energy, I'll be able to deliver. So thank you so much for tuning in. Always a pleasure, never a chore. This is Jackson Azinga Show, streaming live on Twitch. No, streaming live on Kick, actually. Streaming live on X, and also streaming live on YouTube. So if you want to help me get that 500 goal member target, get a membership on Kick. Also, you can get memberships and subs, obviously, over at YouTube. I think YouTube, they're called memberships. On Kick, they're called subs. So if you want to do a paid sub, which is $4.99 on Kick, make sure you do that. And obviously, if you want to get paid membership on YouTube, get involved. And let's hit that 500 member target for the next 30 days. I'm so excited. Cannot wait how it goes on. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. Talk about not being able to wait. I was going to say this for later on, but let's just get straight into it straight away. PSG v Arsenal. PSG v Arsenal in the Champions League. I was so elated and happy that Arsenal lost. Mostly because Arsenal won the Premier League. I felt like the bottling was there, right? The bottling was there. We were preparing the memes. Also look like they were about to implode. And then Man City faced an Everton side with not much to play for. And then they suddenly kind of decided to turn into a team. Decided to play pretty well and basically held Man City to a draw, which kind of, you know, rendered the title race towards the end mute. But a lot of fans, myself included, knew they wouldn't celebrate that Premier League the same if they won the fucking Champions League. I think most of us keenly acute, observant football fans knew if Arsenal get their hands on that flipping title, get their hands on that European trophy, like it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a rough ride for us football fans. So I think we were all secretly, vocally, really hoping that they didn't win it because they were gonna be insufferable. And I was so happy it didn't happen. Number one, I'm happy that they lost the final because of the way they played. I personally think going into a Champions League final and approaching the game the way that Arsenal approached that game was like criminal. It was legitimately a criminal offense for Arsenal to approach a Champions League game like that, where they essentially wanted to park the bus. That's it. Arsenal didn't really want to play football. They went into that final against PSG with the sole intention of whenever they get a goal, they're just going to sit back and defend for their lives. I hope they could catch Arsenal, PSG in a counter-attack, get a goal that way, but they weren't going to try to play football, which I think is very disrespectful for the competition, for the opponents you're facing, for the fans. It's going to be somewhat entertaining. Even if you're defending, there has to be an entertainment too, not just, you know what I mean, 2 banks of 4 plus the 2 all behind the flipping ball. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. So I think Arsenal got justifiably punished for their lack of ambition. Now, the really annoying thing about the game is this, though. Arsenal had 2, maybe 3 decent opportunities in the first half. One of which they scored their goal from, in the Kai Havertz goal. Very well taken from him, 5 minutes in. He's usually terrible at finishing. He's probably in the same level as Barcola, in terms of they get themselves in great positions, but the finishing is garbage. Barcola maybe has a worse time because of his touches isn't the greatest, but he kind of compensates it with his pace. But regardless, Havertz usually misses a lot of chances, so I wasn't expecting him to even score that goal. The way he did score it from that angle, that finish, like gave the keeper no chance, like crazy. Well done to him. Then they had another opportunity for Kai Havertz inside the box. The thing really good, like 1-2 play. Odegaard flicked it in through the midfielders or through the defenders, sorry. And there's a chance for Havertz to kind of, you know, maybe round the keeper, maybe bend it around him, but the keeper obviously was on game and stopped the decision out. Now, those are 2 minor chances, one of which was scored from, don't get me wrong. But why is there such a lack of that? Why is there such a lack of that happening in that game? Why didn't Arsenal put the pressure on PSG? Because when they did, they actually caused them problems. That first goal from Kai Havertz came specifically because Arsenal were trying to play football. They got the luck. They got the luck of the Irish, right? They got the fucking luck of the fucking deflection off of Trossard, which wasn't a handball because he was covering his face, right? His hands were by his side. They got a deflection of it coming off Trossard and then landing into Kai Havertz's path, and then obviously doing the rest. But that goal specifically came because Arsenal were trying to do something attacking wise. They're trying to bring it to PSG. And at the end of the half, if I'm not mistaken, the chance that Havertz got where he kind of like popped in from the right hand side. Again, another chance that was birthed because Arsenal were trying to play football. So they have the signs. I really disagree with people like, I think people on timeline like Gary Lineker and stuff talking about, oh, is it Gary Lineker? No, Gary, who said it? Is it Gary Lineker? Is it Gary Lineker? Who said that about Arsenal? I don't know who it was, but some pundit, maybe it was Gary Lineker. Some pundit said something like, "Oh, Arsenal don't have enough quality players." No, it was Jamie Carragher. That's it, Jamie Carragher. Jamie Carragher said online, I saw like a clip of him on Sky Sports News. He said, "Oh, Arsenal don't have enough good players, attacking wise. That's why they had to approach this game the way they approached it." Which kind of reminded me a little bit of like that Brendan Schaub MMA UFC philosophy, which I vehemently disagree with. Brendan Schaub's kind of view is that when fighters fight, like whatever their skill set is, they should just do that. So if you're a fighter that's great at striking and you're facing a more grapply wrestler type of a striker, if you're a striker and that's what you excel at, you're world class at kickboxing, Brendan Schaub believes that if you're going to then fight somebody that's an all-American wrestler, you shouldn't try to learn any basics of wrestling. You shouldn't try to learn how to make sure you don't get taken down too easily, how you can stuff takedowns, how you can do it. No, you just focus on striking. Because I think from Brendan Schaub's point of view, he thinks there's not enough time from the fight getting announced to the fight happening for you to learn anything that's going to close the gap between you and that wrestler, because he's been wrestling as long as you've been striking. So you've been striking since you were 7, he's been wrestling since you were 6, so there's no way you're gonna ever get as good as him. But I disagree. I think you should be trying to learn as much as you can outside of what you already do well to improve your chances of winning, because why the fuck not? Why do you walk up to a fucking wrestling fight and not have any knowledge of how to stuff a takedown? Like, that should be the bare minimum of how to use your body, how to pivot, how to stand, how to balance. All those things. Don't get me wrong, you're not going to out-grapple this guy anytime soon. You're not going to finish him anytime soon because he's never been finished. But like, that sort of stuff is really important. So I think the same applies to football. I also went into this game only sticking by their game plan that won the league, which was stinking up the league, being awful to watch, horrendous football. They thought that was going to be enough to get them the flipping Champions League, and it wasn't. Come on, man. It's like, it's never going to be enough. It's a big competition. You're playing against big attacking teams with loads of, do you know what I mean, options, and they're trying to give their fans entertainment. We're also trying to score great goals, and people got I don't know. I just didn't understand that approach from Arsenal. I just thought, as soon as they saw those 2 chances that they got, one they scored from Kanye West in the first 5 minutes, and a second for the last 5 minutes, I thought they would have already tried to give him new boots, you know? And say, look, hey, come on, let's just fix this and make this kind of work. But they didn't. And then the really damning stat, which they have here, by the way, courtesy of Google, is this one. This is a damning stat. It says here that PSG had 847 passes and also had 311. Now, I saw the actual stat. I think it was completed. I think they said completed passes. I think PSG was still in the low 800s, to say. And I think they said Arsenal was in the low 100s. So Arsenal have only been able to complete less than 200 passes against a team that had 850 plus. That's crazy, man. And this is Arsenal too, by the way. They were known for being tiki-taka-y, for trying to walk the ball into the net, for trying to play the football the beautiful way, just patronizing obnoxious cunts, right? So I really do feel like this was their just deserves and karma, that they went to this game and completely, you know, surrendered possession, but then couldn't keep the ball when they got it. Couldn't keep it. They had people on the ground team that were super excited to see him, to see whatever, and running. I don't know. It was just weird. It was a weird game overall. Weird game overall. But I was super happy when PSG got the penalty. I think it came about the right time, because I feel like, although I hate PSG, Arsenal, sorry, I had the feeling that PSG only scored because they got that penalty. I don't actually know if they would have scored through open play, because they were playing so badly, you know? Sorry, they weren't really creating a lot of chances, and also obviously defending really well with 2 banks of 4, plus the 2 up front. So they're defending with everybody behind the ball. So it did seem quite hard, almost impossible for them to kind of get through. And I actually thought at the time when I was watching the game that they would need some type of like accident, some type of foul, some type of another ricochet like Trossard to actually get the goal. But in the end, it turned out to be a penalty, which obviously was the right decision to call. And again, went to show, as soon as they started to up the pace, PSG themselves around the box, chance to get created, you know? As soon as they up the pace, as soon as they give it a little bit of extra, suddenly everything fucking improves. But all in all, a very, very decent game. I thought Dembele was pretty decent, although he got the injury and couldn't flipping run anymore. Who else was really good? I don't know. 2 people to mention, man. I got who else was there? Maguire was there. A lot of people were there. It was a really interesting final for the neutrals to watch. But I did like to see the copium of Arsenal fans on the timeline. I enjoyed every single meme of it. I'm sure most of you guys have seen some of the memes I posted online. I've enjoyed everything, especially the ones of Gabriel, because everybody knows, you know, everybody in football outside of Arsenal fucking hates Gabriel. They can't stand the lying, cheating, squirm of a guy. So to see him having to, like, you know, hold the phone down his hand like that, or just see him currently, you know, just looking the way he does, was very gratifying, especially on the TNT broadcast. He looks very, very dejected, very, very dejected. Let's see, can I find it? Where's the clip? I want to see it. There you go, the clip's here. Let me go for my timer, because in my timer I've got some great clips. I've got all the clips of PSG supporting, or PSG support, PSG support going fucking crazy for the team winning the title. This is from the official PSG account, them celebrating in the flipping stadium. You gotta love this shit. Big up PSG, fuck Arsenal. Oh, and by the way, big up, who's this in the stream chat? Big up, Repute. I really like the Vitinha interview with TNT Sports. Again, not too surprising. I really did like his answer when Micah Richards asked him basically like, what the fuck's happening, man? You were at Wolves and you were in and out the team. Now you come to fucking PSG, you're balling. You're winning man of the matches in Champions League finals and shit. You probably could have scored a goal. Oh, by the way, the commentating team, like, what is wrong with these people? Again, I convinced myself that they were right yesterday, but I went back to the game again. I watched it again this morning whilst I was in bed. Actually, I watched the game this morning whilst I was getting prepared for the show this morning. I rewatched it in full, and there was a commentator during the game that said when Doué in the second half, like kind of from the right hand side, tried to dribble into the box and then ended up kind of flicking the ball out to the left hand side, which then allowed Vitinha to come in and sort of do this really nice curl kind of finish. Something that I remember David Beckham being really famous for. Also Bastian Schweinsteiger. So really Mario Deisler, if you remember him back in the day, he used to that kind of finish a lot. Deco actually used to score at that as well. I really like that sort of chance, right? And the commentating team were like, oh, Vitinha should have scored. This chance where it fell outside the box, the ball's rolling, the ball is rolling back towards him at an angle. He tries to side foot it into the top corner with a curl, and the commentator's like, oh, he should have scored that. Then I watched the game again, all the angles from behind. I was like, no, that was a really hard chance. He did well to get the ball to clip the top of the net, right? Because it didn't go in, it kind of clipped the top of the net. David Raya was at full stretch. I still don't think he would have got the ball in if he went in the top bins. But it was a decent chance, a decent effort too. But for the commentator to be like, oh, he should have scored that, I'm like, come on. If he should have scored that, then I'd like to see the goals that, you know, them man should have scored. Let's be real. But yeah, whatever. Who cares? And I just like general how he carried himself. Big up Vitinha. He kind of gave me shades of Bruno Fernandes with how he spoke about the team. They tried to lord a lot of praise on him. He just completely deflected it. The team. So you can see Luis Enrique is doing a great job of making these players feel like it's less about them and more about the team. But if they do help the team, it's going to only improve their individual statistics and how people look at them. That's a funny thing I think he's discovered. Luis Enrique has discovered if he motivates his players and just tells them, look, if you focus on the team, you're actually going to do better yourself individually. People are going to look at you more favorably if you are just all about the team, all about the hard work, all about this, all about that. It's actually going to help you. So, big up Vitinha. What else we got here? Look at this. We got a post here. Some guy, I guess, right? Landed somewhere. I think he jumped. By the way, the Parisian fans in Paris are crazy. The PSG fans in Paris are crazy. There's people dressed up as like superheroes. I think that's like a Fortnite thing. There's people arriving in Paris on parachute, celebrating the fucking PSG win. PSG's on fire right now, literally, figuratively and literally.
Wallah, il y a un humain, il vient d'atterrir en parachute devant mes yeux. Wallah, je suis en train de clair. Wallah, j'ai clair. Ouais, j'ai bugué. La vie de ma mère. Wallah, en direct live. Wesh, mais t'es qui toi, wesh? Attends. Wesh.
What a mad guy.
Parachute. Wallah, devant mes eyes. Le grand, je suis en train de clair. Wallah.
So cool, man. So cool. I don't even remember that random person's car he jumped into, but I just really like that. Fabrizio shows Luis Enrique holding up a brand new PSG jersey with the additional star on top of the crest to signify to signify that they have won their second Champions League trophy. So fucking cool, isn't it? So far, I can't wait till United do that again soon, hopefully. Under Carrick, that'll be actually a decent story. But that is obviously Luis Enrique looking super, super happy and proud. You fucking love it. We've got more images. This is allegedly Fally Ipupa performing. I don't know if that was yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. Fally Ipupa, legendary Congolese artist. Obviously an icon of Paris because there's a massive Congolese representation and community over there in Paris. A lot of the players have Congolese ancestry too that play for fucking PSG themselves, who represent France. So this is a full 360 tie-in with Fally Ipupa there performing. Absolutely legendary stuff. Big up PSG. They're very touched. Unlike Arsenal, where Arsenal are quite culturally rich when it comes to sporting success, no one wants to see them win. I feel like everybody wants to see PSG do well. I don't know why in particular people want to see PSG do well. Especially when you think about their investors and shit, blah, 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 blah. People just want to see them do well. So they have this weird cultural cachet amongst some of the immigrant population, let's say. But they also just have like really a good feeling about them, right? Every time PSG face a team, normal people are usually rooting for PSG, you know? So big up PSG.
On danse pas un peu. Tout le monde les bras en l'air. Paris champion.
Paris champion. What's that? Mwana ya Nasho? Mwana ya Kombi? What's that word they say? Mwana ya like fucking Boris Becker says. Oh, I forgot the thing. I forgot the term they use. We're doing a fuck Arsenal dance today on this particular podcast episode, right? We're celebrating, we're dancing on Arsenal's grave. This loss in the Champions League completely halted and shuttered and absolutely destroyed any celebration that Dead Man had for their title win the other day. Actually, the loss of the Champions League erased the Premier League victory. Honestly, erased it. Most people don't even care. Most Arsenal fans themselves don't even care about the Premier League. That the Champions League was that devastating. So if you're not an Arsenal fan and you hate them just as much as me, you're gonna love this bit of the show.
African James Bond, Didier Drogba, trop attitude, salut. Presnel Kimpembe, Gobert Song, Coach. Allons-y, on n'a peur de rien, on est confiant. Et moi j'ai un mental d'acier comme un warrior. Ils sont là-bas, on est trop high. La Cometa, ils arriveront pas. Côté Royo te bloque. Tous les jaloux te bloquent. Tous les haineux te bloquent. Tous les réseaux te bloquent. Ton numéro te bloque. On n'aime pas les hypocrites. On n'aime pas le double discours. On n'aime pas Bando gentil. On n'aime pas de partout par. Y'a la faille. Bloqué, bloqué, bloqué.
If wherever you are, Boloke, Arsenal, let's go.
Président Samuel Eto'o-Fils, Paul Pogba, le sniper togolais Emmanuel Adebayor, Bakayoko.
Big up Fally Pooper, man. Big up Blood Clot Fally Pooper. Big up Blood Clot Fally Pooper. Legendary Congolese artist. So let's see what else is going on here. You see more images from the Parc de Triomphe, right? You see more images here in Paris. Witness the Eiffel Tower, where PSG fans are celebrating. Absolutely chock-a-block over there in Paris. Streets are full. Actually full of people watching the game, about to join the celebrations. Actually full. I love it. Who else we got here? We got Noni Madueke. Not gonna lie, man, I feel bad for the kid. I know he's not the best, but I feel like Noni Madueke showed in that little cameo, because he nearly won a penalty. It wasn't a penalty, but he nearly won a penalty from being proactive and going at his defenders. I feel like Noni Madueke should have came on way sooner. I would have had Noni Madueke start in the second half. Legit, I would have Noni Madueke start in the second half, because he would have given Arsenal something, because he was ready to play. You saw when he came on, he was like ready to go. Maybe it was an aura thing. Maybe it was him just like, you know what I mean, playing up to whatever. Playing up to the cameras. I don't care. But I will take a player that might not be the best ability-wise, but has that tenacity and heart. Similar to Trossard, right? Leandro Trossard, maybe he's not a world-class player, but Leandro Trossard showed for Arsenal, especially yesterday, I feel like he might have been their best player against PSG. Leandro Trossard was on game, man. He was on job. He was trying. He was really trying, putting his best foot forward. And I think when it comes to these cup finals, you need people that are going to step up and do something, you know? And I feel like Noni Madueke would have probably done that, but, you know, unfortunately, it came a little bit too late, and it panned out how it panned out. Look at the streets of Paris. Look at the streets of Paris right now. Look at the streets of Paris right now, right? After flipping PSG won. Absolutely tearing their own city apart. You gotta love it. To be fair, you know what's funny about this sort of stuff? Everyone's like, oh my god, stop tearing your city apart. Most of this is happening within the center, if I'm not mistaken. Most of the stuff that's happening now is happening in the center. So if you know anything about Paris, you'll know that Paris is designing rings. So if you go into the center of Paris as well, the obviously nice fancy shops are. And as you go out of the outer rings, that's where the immigrants live. That's where the foreigners live. Like people that, you know, are, let's say, like more brown skinned. They live on the outside. So when they're doing all this terrorizing and looting and lighting things on fire, they don't really care because it's not affecting their local community. This is happening like in the city center, you know? It's not where they're at, really. They're gonna go back where they're from, like which is outside of Paris or like on the outer rings, but it's just happening in the middle. That's why they don't give a fuck. Using the fireworks like guns is fucking great, by the way. Using fireworks like their straps is such a European thing. It's such a European thing to like get your fucking firework thing and pointing at someone like it's a fucking gun. Not gonna lie, it looks kind of fun. You could get your hand blown off like 4 extra. You could get your hand blown off like 4 extra, but it does look like fun. And then, of course, the classic Parisian fucking, you know, riot police come out in all black, looking like stormtroopers with their fucking visors and their fucking protections over their legs and their shields, like, and their batons. They don't play game, by the way. European police do not play games. We feel like we have it hard in the UK, but the police in Italy, Paris, France, Spain, Netherlands, Belgium, they don't play, bro. They will leave your head leaking. So yeah, that's Parisian people going absolutely crazy. A good little meme about it, looking like GTA. Obviously, everyone going nuts about. Look at this guy. Why is Saka sauce on the wing better than Saka on the wing? Yeah, Saka was terrible. He was absolutely terrible. He did nothing really for the most part. Second half, he tried, I think, too hard to do like his classic cutting into his left and trying to, or cutting it onto his left foot, sorry, to try and bend it either near post or far post. Personally, I prefer his sneak shot. He's got that in his locker, innit? He's got the Rooney near post finish. I prefer the Saka when he kind of fakes that he's gonna go far post, but then kicks it quickly on the near post. I quite like that finish. But PSG defenders gave him no time. He had no space to run into, no time to get on the ball, bring it onto his left, no time. They nullified Saka. PSG nullified him for the majority of the game. He had nothing to do. He was pretty anonymous, to be fair. Not surprised he got subbed. Probably should have been subbed a lot sooner. His statistics, according to Stat Machine, was it? No, Stat Muse or Stat Mu. Yeah, Bukayo Saka in the European Cup final: 0 goals, 0 assists, 0 shots on target, 0 chances created, 0 big chance created, 0 key passes, 0 successful take-ons, and 0 accurate crosses. God, yeah. People are suggesting, right? People are saying that he should be a left back. People are saying he should have been a left back. So I think that might be, who said that? What coach was that? Maybe was it fucking Amarin? No, not Amarin. Was it what's his fucking thing for Aston Villa? There was a coach who I remember tried to play Saka left back, and the fans revolted. They went crazy. But it's looking like he might be actually a better left back than he is a left-sided attacking midfielder, because I don't know, when he doesn't have time on the ball, he's a little bit shit. Not really much going on there. I don't know if it's just, you know, we're kind of finding his level. Maybe, I don't know. But I'm sad because I thought Saka would have a bit more about him, but he was quite anonymous in that final. I'm not gonna lie. We got a picture here of Kvaratskhelia and obviously Dembele at the celebrations, arm in arm, having a good time. We got this absolute goon. You got this absolute goon turning up to the fucking Arsenal parade wearing a PSG shirt. Big up to this absolute goon of a kid turning up to the Arsenal parade wearing a PSG jersey. Absolute psychopath. Look at the people around him and how pissed they are. He's getting booed. The police are there too, by the way. The police are afraid he might incite a riot or he might get himself killed, so they're trying to get him out as well. Top kid, oh, just dead. I would have walked through it like Conor McGregor, mate. I would have walked through it like Conor McGregor. I would have been on Drewski timing, standing up business. I would have there, my fucking chest up, chin in the air, swag in my arms. I would have given it all the fucking biggin, all the biggin. Plus, when anyone touch you, the police are there, innit? You just snitch. Big up that fucking kid. What a fucking legend. You got more pictures of people in PSG. A guy dressed up as Batman.
Ouais, y'a Batman! Y'a Batman, il arrive! Ouais, y'a Batman! Y'a Mario!
Super Mario.
Y'a Mario! Mais non! Mais non! Mais non! Voilà, y'a Flash! Voilà, y'a Flash! Voilà, y'a Flash! Michael Jackson! Michael Jackson! Michael Jackson!
I don't know why they did this. Allegedly, it's a Fortnite thing. Allegedly, some sort of Fortnite thing. I've seen Power Rangers, Super Mario, of course, Luigi. I've seen someone dressed up as Zelda. I've seen someone dressed up as Darth Vader, Gorgu, Shrek, Flash, Teletubbies. Someone said it's like a Fortnite thing. I don't know what it is, but somehow all these Persian people had all these like fancy dress things in their fucking wardrobes and just all put them on the side celebrating. PSG win the fucking Champions League, which is so funny. Obviously, the fucking replay of Gabriel missing was fucking brilliant. But by the way, the Gabriel miss, man. The Gabriel miss. Like, I don't think the run-up helped. I think instantly when you saw the run-up, you knew he was kind of going to miss. But when people sky it that much, it's like, God damn, bro. Like, let the keeper save it or let it go past the post, but that much over, that close to the goal is scary. But again, it could happen to a worse guy. It could happen to a worse guy. PSG fans, players celebrating, obviously, in the stadium. Dembele going crazy. Honestly, love it all, love it all, love it all. You got Kavara coming out as well. What is he saying? Let's see him. I'm gonna play all these clips. Okay.
Entre sur la pelouse du Parc des Princes, il l'a mérité. Son surnom cette saison.
Much better celebration for them doing the Champions League and obviously a league title than Arsenal did, isn't it? It's just really well done. In the stadium, on the streets, underneath the fucking Eiffel Tower, they killed it. Like, say what you want about PSG when it comes to like productions of their fucking trophy celebrations and just how they handle social media. They know how to do these shit really well, man. This is really well done. 6-7.
Michel Varasrelia débute en Ligue des Champions, encore décisif hier en provoquant le penalty de l'égalisation. Christophe, quelle saison magnifique de Gishak Varasrelia.
Was that? It was never gonna be just one. I love the Nike t-shirt. It was never just gonna be just one.
L'homme qui a mené Paris au titre.
Big up them. You got that going on there. Iberiche Eze obviously missing his penalty. You got Barcola going crazy. Big up Bradley Barcola. Should have probably put the game to bed, but still figured it out anyway. What else we got? More Arsenal stuff. Arsenal fans fighting at their own parade, by the way. Arsenal fans at their own parade fighting amongst each other. Their own parade fighting amongst each other. Could only be Arsenal fans, man. Could only be Arsenal fans. Ooh. Yo, is a guy fighting a girl? God damn, there's a guy punching up some girls. To be fair, that Michel's girl did punch him quite hard, but there's a guy fighting two girls, and they both support the same. They all support the same team. Because it's unlikely you're gonna go to Arsenal parade if you don't support Arsenal, right? I'm not gonna fucking even just troll like it's some waste man thing. So you're obviously going there because you like the team, you support the team at least. Crazy, you know. Man beat up the ladies, man. Crazy. So good.
You not come to Arsenal parade if you do not support Arsenal.
Those girls look at Arsenal fans, though. That's a problem. More fights. It looks like lips on something. I love the little hood rats fighting, honestly. So when the sun comes out in London, it's a great time. I always keep telling you guys this, right? I have a love-hate relationship with London, as most Londoners do. I have a very strong, visceral love-hate relationship with this city. I've always said, once I get my money up, right? Big up to Clint, big up to Cortez. Once I get my fucking money up, I'm fucking gone. Right? Once I get my money up, I'm gone. Just to experience something new. But I have to make sure that I buy a place here at some point. I have to make sure that I have my roots here to make it all the much worthwhile for surviving living in this hellhole for so long. Because when the sun is out, although the city improves tenfold, right? Maybe 100 times better, this city. When the sun is out, the city's fucking incredible. The parks are full of people lying, cartwheeling, barbecuing, playing with their dogs, with their kids, kissing each other, swinging on trees, vibing, drinking, smoking. The vibes are immaculate in London when the sun's out. It's honestly, it just goes to show you how much the mood will change in this country if we had like 6 weeks of proper sun. But the problem is, because we're not used to having sun in this country, because we're not used to having heat, we don't have to handle it. Number one, we don't have, you know, working fridges in a lot of shops. So like when the sun's out, suddenly your local Sainsbury's, your local Tesco's, your local Bossman, your local Offie, they suddenly don't have working refrigerators. And our brains don't know how to work. When the sun's out, our brains don't know how to work. And people go crazy. They go Google Gaga. They go nuts. So even an Arsenal parade, right? Where people were saying that this was like the unofficial Notting Hill Carnival. People were saying this is a Notting Hill Carnival warm-up. This is like Caucasian Notting Hill Carnival. This is like Giza Notting Hill Carnival, right? People are outside drinking, having a good time, balloons, all the things. And this is mostly Arsenal fans that are there. Again, I would, you know, I like to troll. We all like to troll. It's fun sometimes. But even I'm not going to go all the way there just to go. It's not that deep. So if you were there, most likely you have love for Arsenal. Like you're an Arsenal fan. There's no way you're going to be there just because you just want to fuck around. So the fact that they're fighting each other, punching each other with closed fists is crazy. It just goes to show you just how nuts the sun makes us.
I don't even know what's going on today. It's not even a parade no more. What's going on?
It's not parade, it's bare knuckle.
I don't even know what's going on right now.
Well done though. Well done to that guy there in the retro Arsenal kit. Well done to that guy there, man. He just look. It's our time to celebrate, man. Enjoy, have a good time. Stop getting triggered. Stop getting fucking riled up by whatever's going on. You're so Arsenal fans. You won the league after so many. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Enjoy the fucking day. So big up that guy there. Big up that guy. He's a bit older as well. It looks like. Big up that guy for having the sense to just make these girls chill out, man. Chill out. You guys won. You guys won the Premier League. Chill out. You lost the champion. I get it, but chill out.
I don't see.
So yeah, that you saw that fight there. More people in Paris going crazy. What's this? The funniest snap. Why they're running? Why they're running? I don't know why they're running though. Okay, they're trolling each other, I think. I think they're just trolling. Honestly, the Parisian people are kind of nuts. Parisian TikTok and Parisian social media is pretty intense. They're pretty nuts. They make us look kind of tame. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, like look at people look at people trolling fucking Gabrielle, blah 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 blah, and then they obviously retweeted it by sharing a picture of him being very blah blah blah. Like that's a crazy techers for a fucking penalty, isn't it? A no-look penalty is fucking crazy in Champions League. A no-look penalty leaning that far back is crazy. And the PSG keeper wasn't even that great as well. The PSG keeper was pretty shit for the most part, right? He's been good this season, but in that final, he didn't get close to any single penalty that Arsenal scored. So he wasn't even that great of a fucking goalkeeper. They still managed to make him look fairly decent. Absolutely crazy scenes, man. Big up Gabriel though. The moment Arsenal lost the UEFA Champions League, yeah, the hate watchers were incredible, by the way. Big up all the hate watchers around the world that are doing this. I love it. Where are you leaving? Exactly.
God bless you, PSG.
The world has been saved, yo. The football community hates Arsenal so much. We knew it would be unbearable if Arsenal would have won the Champions League and the Premier League. If they would have done a double, if Declan Rice and his performance of ours would have done the double, they would have been unbearable this summer, man. So PSG did the footballing world a favour by bringing Arsenal back down to earth. One of the worst fan bases in football got brought back down to earth. Thank God. Thank fucking God. So you saw that one. Big up. Oh yeah, look at this fan. Look at this fan on Sky Sports. Look at this fan on Sky Sports News. Look at this fan on Sky Sports News. Like, aren't you embarrassed? Wearing a retro jersey too. Usually when you're wearing a retro jersey, you're usually doing it as like a signifier that you know ball. Usually. Or maybe you're trying to wear it so it can be easily worn more with your everyday streetwear clothes or whatever, your regular clothes. I don't know. But usually when you see someone wearing a retro jersey, in my head, I'm thinking, okay, this is a football hipster. You know what I want, right? You go watch Bundesliga games. You go watch Ligue 1 games. You were just watching fucking Como secure the fucking, Champions League and Serie A. You know about these. I mean, you're plugged in. Look at this guy. Look at this guy wearing the retro Arsenal jersey. Look what he says.
How does it feel? 22 years, here we are.
Oh, it feels amazing. It's back where we belong. Champions of Europe, we know what we are. Europe!
Champions on Europe, we know what we are. What? What? Champions of Europe? Honestly, like, what an embarrassing clip, man. You're never going to live that one down. Look at him. Champions of Europe, we know what we are. Look at him. Exactly. Absolute donuts, man. Arsenal fans are the worst fan bases ever. These Johnny come latelys who probably just started supporting Arsenal this year. All those Arsenal fans that have been in the fucking gulags, that have been in the fucking gutters with that team during the Unai Emery era, just in generally, right? Like, they've been suffering, and then these guys come along and get to celebrate with you guys and celebrate the joys of the Premier League and a pretty decent Champions League, campaign until they obviously got scuppered by PSG in the final. Like, this is horrendous. One of the worst things about winning trophies is having bandwagon fans jump on, honestly. One of the worst things about being successful is all these fucking numpties muddying the supporter fucking waters. But big up Troops for calling it out, though. This is an old clip of Troops from a few weeks ago. I think this might have been during the Champions League or during the end of the Premier League. Big up Troops for calling this out. Big up Troops for calling this out.
Let me say that as well. All these influencers getting tickets, yeah? Doing
By the way, he's super loud. Let me lower the volume a little bit. He's super loud.
vlogs in the fucking stadium, in the boxes. I didn't see none of you when we were shit. I didn't see none of you, bro. I was there.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're all Arsenal fans.
Exactly.
Get the fuck out my club, bro.
Exactly.
Get out my club.
Exactly.
I didn't see none of you there.
Mm-hmm.
Now brand deals are available. Now it's cool to be an Arsenal fan. Oh, you're all up there now, innit? Get out, blood.
Mm-hmm.
Get out.
Mm-hmm.
I've had enough of them, bro. I've had enough of these youths, bro. Fuck all of them. All of them. All of you, man, that go to that Arsenal thing. Fuck all of you, bro. I don't care if you even follow me. Go unfollow me, blood. Unfollow me, bro. I'm not none of you lot. I care for this club. I really care for this club. This is fucking killing me.
Yeah, big up Troops. Big up Troops for calling it out back then. We'll play that later. Yeah, the corner kick thing. Big up the fucking referee that fucking put an enters, by the way. Big up if they put the enters. Like, again, I don't think this is good. This will give it to play football for the Champions League final. During the Premier League season is one thing, but during the whole time wasting thing, that there was one particular throw-in where they had like 3 players touch the ball. During a throw, it's what they do, don't get me wrong, but they had 3 players touch the ball before obviously the third player threw it in. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Saka, before the end of the first half, taking ages to take the corner. The Champions League final, get on with it, bro. Don't time waste. Like, what the fuck is this? You're time wasting in the Champions League final because you're 1-0 up. You're trying to time waste from the first half. You're trying to like shithouse the fucking final. Like, come on, bro. Come on. They deserve to lose it off of that alone. Oh yeah, have you guys heard this?
Left, right.
Have you seen that? Have you seen that meme? I'm not gonna play the whole thing because it's probably gonna copyright me. But please check out the meme. It's on my Twitter right now. You can find it on x.com/Agostino x.com/Agostino Zinga. Please check it out. Please. It's an amazing edit that someone's put together, splicing together. Obviously, Eze missing his penalty kick when I went to the left, and obviously Gabriel missing his penalty kick that went to the left with this song.
Left, right.
Come on, man. Too good. What else happened? I'll show you some more here. So will people like finally respect Arsenal after this USCL win? I guess we'll never know. Infamous Ye clip. Luis Enrique not looking too happy with Macron delivering a speech for PSG, usually most probably because of his politics, I'm assuming. Jumping around and celebrating whilst the kids are crying. Let's press this one. Kids gotta feel the pain too, by the way. I'm a big fan of trolling kids. I'm a big fan of getting to kids' face like getting to adults. They gotta feel the pain. They gotta start feeling from young, so that they're gonna grow up to be diehard Arsenal fans when they're older. You know, this is the good thing. So you see a kid, I like to troll kids. If kids crying, troll them harder. That's Anton Ferdinand, isn't it? He's crying. Oh, that's Anton Ferdinand in the background as well. That's a good thing. He's gonna learn. It's gonna toughen him up. It's gonna toughen him up because when he gets older, he's gonna remember this, right? And he's gonna want to see those people's faces. When Arsenal do eventually win the Champions League, which they will, he's going to want to see their people's faces. So this is a good thing. Big up that kid. He's going to toughen him up. It's going to make him a sick fan. No Gabriel hater will pass ever liking this picture, of course. Because of Gabriel's cheating throughout the season, innit? All of the fucking dirty plays, the pulling, the grabbing in the penalty box. And just, he's been the chief operator. He's been the chief enforcer when it comes to that roughhousing and just skullduggery and shithousery and gamesmanship, I guess you can call it, that Arsenal did throughout the season. That kind of got them to win the Premier League, which is one thing. But the Champions League, we're not going to stand for it. So every fan or every person, I think for the most part, was very excited to see how it played out for him. And for the most part, it didn't play out well for him. So great to see. Although he played pretty decently throughout the game, him missing the penalty the way he did, brilliant. Look at Saka here taking ages to take the penalty kick, to take the corner kick, and obviously the referee blowing the whistle, and then Saka just like looking absolutely dumbfounded. That's what happens. You take too long, bro. You're wasting time. We don't do that around here. We don't waste time. A brilliant picture of Gabriel walking past the Champions League trophy. Absolutely shell-shocked, covering his eyes, not even trying to look at it. He's that distraught because he knows he obviously played a big part in them not lifting that trophy. Great to see. You got these pictures that were taken clearly before the Champions League final of Barcola, Dembele, Kvaratskhelia holding 2 Champions League trophies, right? Obviously for promotion material. There's definitely going to be a picture with Odegaard and Saka with the same, but I think they deleted them. They don't really leak them. But that'll be a great troll material. But we so far have the pictures of the PSG players, obviously, with those trophies. You got some clips here again about Barcola going crazy at the celebration of the game. The Champions League win.
Ce garçon-là aussi a des belles qualités. Qualité technique.
Hey. Bradley danse.
Bradley.
Il est bon. La chorégraphie. Vas-y Vanessa, pareil la choré.
Big up Barcola. PSG. What's this? An edit of the year. Big up the Parisian fans out there. Love to see it. Yo, Paris is the fucking ghetto, isn't it? Paris is the ghetto. They're just like scrapping in the street randomly. Paris is the fucking ghetto. It's so fucking fun, honestly. That's probably why people like to go to Fête de la Musique, innit? Right? Or Fête de la Musique? Or Musique de la Fête. Whatever that festival is in Paris was just kind of like their carnival, but it's about all world music and shit. Everyone goes there. It's a little bit overdone. You know, it's kind of maybe baited up and shit, but that's why people like to go. The vibes are immaculate. For some, I never understood why, because France has a very strange relationship when it comes to immigrants, right? It's somewhat bordering on racist how they act, like actual French people. They kind of, you know what I mean? But for some reason, French immigrant people are very attached. They're very, what's that word called? They're very patriotic. I don't really understand that, you know? It's very interesting. They're very, very, very patriotic, the French immigrants. Like, even more so than us, I feel like. They see themselves as like French, you know? Whereas you're not going to really meet a lot of like immigrant people from the UK who see themselves as English. They might refer to themselves as British, right? But never English. Whereas they're very connected. They also kind of hang out a lot, maybe because the city's smaller, I don't know. I feel like here the immigrant populations are a little bit more sparse, right? The Turks with the Turks, the Kurdish with the Kurdish, the Polish with the Polish, Romanians with the Romanians. You know what I mean? We're not really mixed like that. Sometimes we are, but not for the most part. Whereas over there, it's like anybody that's not like white is like together. I fucking love it. Spider-Man. Look, Spider-Man, Daredevil, the whole multiverse just popping out of nowhere to celebrate PSG winning the Champions League is so fucking funny. The multiverse just like splitting open and everyone just arriving in Paris is so good. Someone got married. Power Rangers. Michael Jackson. Ooh, so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Somebody on the motorbike tried to do a wheelie with their boy on the back and they completely fell off. God almighty. Oh, your arms are scraped up. Oh, so embarrassing, but still worth the vibes. Someone with a T-Rex costume on. Red card to the right, police. Love it. Honestly, big up the prison fans out there providing the vibes. You gotta fucking love it. Somebody here, how many times have you watched Gabrielle miss v PSG? How many times have you watched Gabrielle miss via PSG?
Quite a few times.
50 times?
More.
100 times?
More.
200 times?
More.
500 times?
Probably. Quite a few times.
50 times?
More.
100 times?
More.
200 times?
More.
500 times?
Probably.
So good, so good. Obviously the interviews as well in the pitch. Vitinha gave a really good interview with TNT Sports. And João Neves also gave a really good interview on the pitch with another commentator that was really fucking good, where he basically said the same thing that Pedri said a while back, that Arsenal don't come to play football. Vitinha said it even said it clearer. He said, yeah, there was only one team on the pitch, so we deserved it. And I think it's mostly because the final wasn't that great. Don't get me wrong. Entertainment-wise, PSG didn't really offer that much either. But I think he's just saying on the strength of who actually came to play football, PSG deserved to win because they were trying to play football. They were taking more risks, you know? They weren't just passing the ball sideways. They were trying to penetrate, trying to do little combinations to drag Arsenal all over the pitch to create more spaces. And Arsenal just sitting there with 2 banks of 4. plus the strikers, just camped up in their own half. Crazy, man. After the first, and again, like I said, the first goal that came in the 5 minutes that Kai Havertz scored so well, it came because Arsenal were trying to move the ball forward. They were trying to attack. That's how that whole ricochet off of Trossard that fell into. That's how it all came about. Why not continue doing that? To get the, because if it was me and I was Arsenal, if you're gonna park the bus, score the second goal. Surely you're not good enough team to park the bus with one goal. Score the second goal first. Get it, you know what I mean? And then you go park the bus. Still, I don't like it. But if you're going to park the bus, they scored 2 goals. Give the fans something to cheer about. The no-look penalty from Gabriel. Absolutely insane, by the way. To no-look a penalty kick in the Champions League final is nuts. Especially when you don't score. Don't get me wrong. If he would have scored, the Aura points would have been crazy. He would have achieved maximum Aura status, right? He would have got all the Aura coins, all the Aura rings, all the Aura point, like everything. He would have got it all. But he didn't. So now looking back, no looking a penalty is crazy. And it going over the bar as well. Him leaning back the way he did too. Nuts. What else we got here? Oh, this is good, right? How it started v how it's going. How it started v how it's going. On stage, you got these 2, I'm guessing, African influencers, comedian guys on stage doing a watch along. One's an Arsenal fan, one's a PSG fan. And obviously when Arsenal scored, he's happy. And then towards the end, you're going to see how happy the PSG fan was. Now it's his turn. It ended in praise. Exactly. Now it's his turn. Look at the PSG fan now. Now they've won. Now it's his turn to skank. And he is skanking. Great day to be an Arsenal hater. Let's fucking go. So good, so good, so good. John Neves, Pedrino. The live reaction of when Gabriel missed. Where's this? Oh, this is an Arsenal stadium, right? No. This is in the PSG stadium, actually. Pretty cool. I think they did this in the Arsenal stadium too. They had this massive screens in the center of the fucking pitch. 4-sided square screen. So you can watch on either side. Fucking great. Fucking hell, it's full as well, you know. Pick up football, man. Love football. It's absolutely full. There's not a seat in the house, bro. It's absolutely full as well. Love it. You'll see that. Kvaratskhelia uploaded the picture of him and his boys back in the day with a mock Champions League. Now he wins the Champions League. Gotta love to see that. The vibes in Paris. The vibe in Paris. This city is legendary. Let's play this one. Batman and Co out and about. Multiverse all over Paris celebrating that win. Is that a boat? Somebody is that a boat in the middle of the street?
Voilà, y'a le Power Ranger rouge. Voilà, là, y'a la Télétubbies. Voilà, là, y'a le Power Ranger bleu. Wesh! On y place! Ouais! On t'en est un! Les gars! What the fuck, là, voilà, y'a un pirate!
Wesh Mario! Wesh Mario! Mais wesh Mario! Tranquille! Luigi! Voilà c'est dinguerie wesh! Voilà y'a Mario Luigi wesh! Voilà y'a Salvador! Voilà y'a Salvador! Waouh! Waouh!
Spiderman, les flashs.
Spiderman. Batman.
Ooh. Yeah, I can't watch that. Okay, let's go. Let's continue. Some guy fell off the traffic light. Let's not play that. Some guy fell off the traffic light. Let's not play that one. You got people running. You got people putting the Arsenal scarf in the middle of the street, and every time the car goes over it, they cheer. Big up Tesla. Big up Elon Musk. Fucking crazy. The hate watch. Big up the hate watchers though. Even John Terry is supporting it, right? Even John Terry, alleged racist John Terry is out here supporting Paris Saint-Germain being Arsenal. Love it. Because obviously it means that Chelsea are the only London club to actually won the Champions League, so I get that. Brilliant video, by the way. So good. Oh, I genuinely want to know what the law is behind the Arsenal hate. Just hate them, innit? They're an insufferable bunch. I think people hate Arsenal the same way people hate Liverpool. It's not really about the team, it's more about the fans. The fans are just insufferable. I think the fans give the club the bad rap. Liverpool and Arsenal aren't that bad as a club, but it's the fans that give them a bad rap. It's the fans, man. The fans, especially ones on social media. The Liverpool and Arsenal fans on social media are unbearable, man. Unbearable.
You are not the reason why Arsenal has not won in the last 71 years. It is not your fault. You can't make it happen today. You have done your best in the 90 minutes plus the extra time. All you need to do is to miss this penalty and we'll be okay with you. You owe Arsenal nothing. Just nothing. Look at Wenger. He played all his life. He coached Arsenal all his life. He couldn't win anything. Is it that you are coming to win for Arsenal? Miss this penalty, young man. It is your duty to miss it, not to score. Yes. Miss it. You just miss it. Miss it. Miss it. It is your duty to miss it. I said miss it. I said miss it. Post it for me. I said miss it.
That's a profit right there. That's a profit right there. Give him all your money. That's a profit right there. Man United admin trolling a little bit too. With a happy birthday post from Benjamin Sesko. Man United trolling a little bit there. The sound of Paris when PSG became champions. The sound of Paris when PSG became champions. You can tell people are watching streams, by the way, innit? You can tell everyone's watching streams because the responses are staggered and delayed, you know? You can tell the people are watching illegal streams because every response is different, you know? Different. They go off at different times. I love it. Yeah. It must have felt beautiful waking up in Paris today. It must have felt fucking beautiful. You got the Dembele one here. Answered. Great fucking picture, by the way. You got Joao Neves doing backflips. Can't hate on that either. What's that? Okay, this is two. Man United fans loving every bit of it. What else you got here? You got, what's that? Mikel Arteta, what's this? Mikel Arteta loving it. They said they were, yeah, exactly. Mikel Arteta loving allegedly the open top parade from Arsenal. By the way, they said they were going to shut down London. They didn't shut down London. But I think it had to do with a lot of the Champions League. I wonder if, could it have been advisable for Arsenal to have done this parade for the Premier League yesterday or something, or before the Champions League maybe? Maybe not, because of course for tiredness and stuff, fatigue. But I think the loss in the Champions League kind of took a lot of the air, a lot of the hype out of the parade. It kind of ruined it a little bit for the fans. So if you're a real diehard Arsenal fan, you're probably put off. You didn't want to go because it wasn't at full. I was surprised with how empty the parade was. It kind of got a little bit busier towards the end. I think towards the end of the night, I saw a lot more people out and about. Maybe because they're just out because they went to go drinking. I don't know. But I was surprised and shocked at how little people there were out in the streets. It wasn't as busy as I thought it was going to be.
Top of the bus over those famous green gates. And we can see right in prime position.
I'm going to just fast forward a little bit because you can see I don't want to get copyright strike here because Skysports can be a bit annoying. But it's quite empty, man. Quite empty. It was surprisingly quite empty. What's it called? Gabriel Bonlahor and Jason Cundy. Again, nobody likes Gabriel Bonlahor and Jason Cundy. They're usually pricks, 24 or 99% of the season. But in this particular occasion, I enjoyed every bit of this. Absolutely hilarious, absolutely hilarious. The amount of joy we're all getting from this. Some artists with a canvas going crazy there. Bad Bunny going crazy. And yeah, iconic picture of Henry back in 2000 when he didn't win the Champions League with Arsenal. This was towards also his end of his tenure at Arsenal too. He wasn't as potent, he was kind of getting to the end of his fucking powers. But still, he lost against Barcelona, and then of course Saka walking past that Champions League trophy, having lost against PSG. Crazy scenes all together. What else we got here? They're saying Saka was on KSI timing, which is crazy, by the way. We got KSI though, left side man as well. Guys, I'm at work. This old lady at the fucking PSG celebrations as well. I think she got hit with tear gas later on, but the fans also helped her get to safety as well, which is great to see. Yeah, definitely. Granny got tired, went to go home, and they basically picked her up and walked her all the way home, which was fucking brilliant. I love this family, by the way. Big up this family. The dad's an Arsenal supporter. The rest of his sons aren't, which is must be terrible. When you bring up your kids, you want your kids to support the same team that you do. You try to indoctrinate them as fast as you can when they're young, but once they get into school, you're kind of fucked. Your kids are kind of fucked. Once your kids get into school, you're kind of fucked. They're just going to support whoever they don't support. So I'm sure the dad tried his best to make these kids Arsenal fans, but he's got 3 boys and they love trolling him. So when Arsenal lost, obviously they were going crazy. It's fucking brilliant. This is really good as well.
I never had a type in my life, many but don't bamba.
The mum is desperately trying to stop the brothers from getting their dad pissed off and angry, but they just keep trolling and dancing around him, passing the flat screen TV. It's so funny, man. Really funny family. Love it, 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 love it. Honestly, so good, so good. Oh, look at it. Syllabus not like Arsenal. We don't like Arsenal at all.
They're not gonna win them.
The way Arsenal they play this season, you feel say then go win any trophy.
They're not gonna win them. They're not gonna win them.
They're not going to win Champions League.
I cannot win. The only 2 Arsenal feel win, like we said, their fans go somewhere, go buy beer, drink cup. Use cup, drink the beer, which is their cup. Only beer cup. So you need to work on size CUP. What they lift? Arsenal no sabi. You know see where they go win cup for Hong Kong. Yeah, camera no day. I got to go win cup. Shameless club. They get locked that they say we don't use striker. They say we use striker, then they bro. For off, for off.
Well, how that match make you feel?
It's nothing. Arsenal is my customer on a regular. With the handle Arsenal, arrange them, send them back. Not be say then say, you know the vibes.
Yo, nice charity game today. You finish work today.
Yeah, so
how you feel yourself for the pitch, Bebeto?
It was awesome. You know what Bebeto can do?
I swear.
Sha. Yeah.
Nice one, nice one. I don't know, win the game. How you feel about the goal where you give assist?
It go well. It go well. My boys are good also.
Big up the African Arsenal haters out there. Love to see it. You love to see it. Party in the streets of London is crazy. Party. My ass party. Can you imagine how they would have been swinging from the buildings if this would have been Champions League? So I'm happy it's muted. Could you imagine how unbearable it would have been if they would have won a Champions League? Thank God for PSG, man. See that one. Oh my God, you see this? You hear this? You hear this? Some AFTV fans said this. I think this might be the Israeli guy or the Jewish guy that everyone hates, I think, from AFTV. I think there's this whole, again, I don't know much about it. Don't you know what I mean? Don't kill me on this one. But I feel like there's like a whole like anti-AFTV Robbie thing going on. Allegedly Robbie has picked the money over some of his like OG kind of contributors and hosts and shit. And a lot of the reason why people are getting upset is because there's been a prominence of this guy and this other younger kid who are like, you know, proudly, I guess, Jewish Israeli guys. And maybe people view them as Zionists and some shit. But they also have the worst opinions. I'm not sure if that's a, you know, if that's a coincidence, but they seem to have some of the worst opinions and seem to be being pushed a lot more on AFTV. This particular guy, this bald guy, who I think also had some passer with Saeed, I think, from AFT, from Man United side of things. This bald guy said one of the most insane, I think this might be worse than the Thai comment. This might be worse than the Thai comment about the rain or something. This AFTV fan or this AFTV contributor said after the PSG game, after the Champions League final, that Arsenal maybe lost that final because the game was too warm. It was played too early in the day or something. I'm like, what? I don't know. Crazy cope, crazy excuse. Again, another example why people hate Arsenal. It's not really about to do with the players. It's not really about doing the players. Even Gabriel, right? A lot of people hate. I like him because he's competitive. I like Gabriel because he likes to defend. He's a bit of a shithouse. I like that. People like hate the fans more because the fans are shit like this.
Maybe if the game was played slightly later in the day, you know, normally the Champions League is played 3 hours later. It would have been a bit cooler.
Why does that matter?
Well, because when you don't have the ball, which Arsenal didn't have as much possession, they're doing more running, and it's much harder. I mean, you've played football, I've played football. It's much harder to do your running when you don't have the ball. Maybe we ran out of a little bit of steam
because of the.
By the way, I play football. Huge cap on that one. By the way, press X for that on that one. You play football, I play football. Kicking the ball against a cage in 5-a-side is not the same as playing 11-a-side. I doubt that guy's playing 11-a-side football. I very much doubt it. Still, crazy and insane thing to say. What about the other team then? How come they didn't suffer? Like, do you know what I mean? It's two teams in the pitch. If it's warm for Arsenal, wouldn't it be technically warm also for PSG?
Heat. A little bit of the heat. The heat was 26 degrees on my watch when the game started. I'm not saying that was the fundamental reason why we lost. Okay. But there's so many different things that contributed to such a close game. The other part of it.
Be happy that they chose to put the time this time so we can get back and
exactly.
You can get back in good time. You know what I mean?
I'd rather not get back and Arsenal win. So my secondary concern is getting back. But the other part of it is, look, it is a cup competition. It's not the Premier League. Of course, I'm sure you've had many texts in the last hour.
Absolutely insane comment, by the way. Absolutely insane. Big up Ty. Ty was never as bad as that. Yeah, this guy is fucking epic, by the way. This kid is epic. I think because he trolled somebody, right? There's a video of him at the start. He's on the TNT broadcast. He's on my thumbnail, where he's trolling a PSG fan. Says, "Remember my face when you're crying later. Remember my face when you're crying." And then legitimately, somehow, by coincidence, the cameraman picks him out in the crowd as Gabriel misses. And he's crying. The coincidence is fucking crazy. He's on the street. I think before he goes into the stadium, he's on his way to the stadium in fucking Turkey. In Bucharest, or wherever it was, right? In Turkey? Wherever it was, right? And before he goes into the stadium, somebody video records him having an argument, a little banter with a PSG fan. And he says, "Remember my face." And then, obviously, a few hours later, we remember his face, all right? We remembered it. Big up, African child. I love this meme.
Look at this one. Arsenal around London. There you go. Arsenal London. When was the last time Arsenal won Champions League? 2000 and never.
Big up African child. He knew. David Raya looking fucking brazy out here, by the way. Some of those dives I don't understand as well, by the way. I don't understand some of the David Raya dives. The David Raya dives are bizarre. Some of them he was like waiting to move. Other of them he was like trying to predict where the ball was going, and he just dived way too. I don't get that technique. Strange. Maybe because he did a lot of research and he thought he could be confident, but some of the attempts to save were just like diabolical. Like, you're making it so easy for these guys. Like, god damn. But yeah, David Raya did his best. Didn't work. More time wasting there from Arsenal, of course. Love to see it. And Gabriel trying his best to enjoy it. Obviously not, by the way. This reminds me of the fucking of the Michael B. Jordan meme. This reminds me of the Michael B. Jordan meme. He's trying so hard to enjoy himself, but he's not. Because he knows what's going on. He knows he fucked up. He knows. Ay. Marquinhos. John Obi Mikel reacts to the Chelsea post. John Mikel enjoyed Arsenal obviously losing, because he obviously plays for Chelsea, so makes clear why he hates Arsenal.
John Obi Mikel, Chelsea legend. Arsenal lost the Champions League final yesterday. I gotta ask you, what do you think about this Chelsea post on Instagram?
Amazing post. I mean, this trophy here, oh wow, amazing trophy. Arsenal cannot touch this trophy. They cannot touch it. We are the team.
So you will never say sorry?
Never say sorry to Arsenal. And we are the only team in London that's won the Champions League. But it's amazing to see Arsenal again do what they do best. They always find a way to make sure they bottle it, and they did yesterday. So I absolutely do not like Arsenal, and the Arsenal fans. They are the worst fans. Delusional.
I told you, it's always the fans. It's never really about the club or the players. Like, I grew up in an era where I watched like Pires, Bergkamp, Petit, Vieira, Ibue, Laurent, Gallias, who else? Koscielny. There's a lot of cunts. Arsene Wenger, that kind of like arrogance, like, oh, we're the best team, we play a certain way, all this. But it was always the fans that made them unbearable. It's always the fans. They are such hateable players, but I kind of got it. Freddie Ljungberg, all these guys like little rats, right? Little annoying rats, but you respect them as the players. It was always the fans that you hated the most, especially on social media.
Delusional. But we, Chelsea, we are the best. Our team, we're going to be...
Okay, let's stop there. Chelsea are not the best. Let's relax a bit there. And then we got a few more, and I'm going to bounce and continue doing some other topics. I promise you guys. You got another clip here with Barcola with some grills on with the Champions League ball on it, which is fucking sick. Hopefully he gets that done, by the way. Hopefully that's actually a thing. That'd be fucking cool. It's got a little Champions League star on the fucking grills. That's fucking amazing. Love to see that. Big up Barcola. Should have probably put the game to bed, but it is what it is. You got an Arsenal fan crying in the streets.
Champions of Europe, you'll never sing that. You're shit. Oh, what the fuck? I jumped.
Brilliant, by the way, brilliant. What else we got here? Buzz Lightyear, you saw there. You got Doué looking great, doing his thing. Big up Doué. PSG fans going crazy and absolutely destroying Paris, because why not? You win the Champions League, you might as well destroy the city you're in. Fuck it. You got lime. They lit lime bikes on fire. Innocent lime bikes that all they do, like lime bikes and lime scooters, for the most part of Europe, allow people that don't have money or access to their own bikes to scoot around, get to A and B. They're pretty easy to use. They don't do anything to nobody. Are they a little bit of an eyesore in some places? Yeah, but for the most part, lime bikes are a net positive. But here they are, screwed all over the Parisian streets, lit on fire. What's a lime bike ever done to anybody anything wrong? Nothing, I don't think. So yeah, Persian fans going crazy. The club going crazy. Visually, that's fucking beautiful, though, isn't it? Huh? Visually, that is pretty beautiful. The celebrations of the end of the season in front of the fucking Eiffel Tower. Massive stage, big screens, fireworks going off in the colors of PSG. They also happen to be the colors of the French national flag. Pretty fucking epic. I'm not gonna lie. This is why I don't understand the Glazers. This is why I don't understand these kind of owners, because this stuff makes you more money. Yes, you spend more money on transfers. You gotta spend more money on like hiring and firing coaches and managers and shit. You know, it's a hard process, but actually putting money into your club with the sole purpose of making sure you win trophies is actually going to improve your ability to make money. So if you're the Glazers and you just care about dividends and you want to make money, if you actually invest in your club, they will make more money. That's actually a funny thing. If you invest in your club, the club will make more money. But for some reason, they don't do that. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. I really don't. One more time. Took off the sound in case I get fucking copyright strikes. You know how it is. They got fucking Daft Punk playing, which makes fucking sense again. Going crazy. Marquinhos lifting the trophy there. Fucking love it, man. Like, come on, man. How can you not? Oh, look, by the way, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Somebody, I don't know who the person is. Whoever you are, you're a psycho. You're a psycho, but you're also a legend. They were watching the Arsenal game on the screen on the streets of, I think that might be London. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's Paris. Who knows? And somebody pulled the power cable out from the TV just before Gabriel took his penalty. That obviously was a penalty where he missed. That led PSG to win the fucking Champions League. Whoever did this, you're a legend. Imagine turning it back on if you're an Arsenal fan, not knowing what the score is. You turn it back on and your team lost. Honestly, so good, so fucking good. Oh, I love it so much. I love it so much. Some jerseys out there in Paris. You got the F Arsenal shirt there. Love it. F Arsenal 92. I love it. Has been hating Arsenal since the day of his birth, which was 1992. Big up this kid. Love it. Love to see that one. What's that? Piers Morgan, to see Spurs fans mocking Arsenal after the season they've had is beyond a parody. We're the best team in England and the second best team in Europe. You lot are a global laughing stocks, so pipe down, you wastrels, or I guess weasels. And the quote tweet is this:
We're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it anyway.
So good, so good. How it started, how it's going. How it started, how it ended. How it started, how it ended. This is a big day in Africa, by the way. This is a big day in Africa because PSG has a massive African fan base, obviously, based on their history. JJ Okocha, all their man back in the day, and just generally, you know, the black players that play for, you know, and everyone else, you get it. And Arsenal also have a big African fan base as well. So this is a big match in Africa. Like, people turned out. I've seen so many clips all around Africa in different countries where people turned out and went crazy. So I love this. I love this very, very much.
Yes, we are going to triumph as usual. Yes, we are going to defeat them 3-1. I'm very sure we're going to win the match 2-0.
My mood will be extremely changed.
That's a fact. Uncle's fighting, bro. My mood will extremely changed. Yeah, you're fighting, bro. Oh, look at these guys, man. Look at these guys. What a depressing parade. The day after you lose the Champions League final, you have to put on a brave face and smile for the fans. What's that? Gradu reaction, celebrate Champions League live from the Velodrome.
Personne communauté.
Fucking love it, yeah.
Tu vois, c'est baisé partout, les condés ils chargent partout, c'est trop baisé, les condés sont là et tout. Voilà, lui, ils vendent des crêpes, mais... Wesh.
Ils sont prêts, hein. Ils sont prêts, hein. Oh. C'est bon, cousin. C'est bon, tonton. Ouais.
Y'a Batman! Voilà, y'a Batman! J'ai trouvé Luigi et j'ai trouvé Mario sur Paname, les frères. Voilà, Nick Bowser, il a dit. Quand je lui dis on trouve Nick Loem aussi, Nick Loem, voilà. Voilà,
mon frère, on nique tout, mon gars. Nique ta race, Macron, nique ta mère, mon frère. Va-t'en.
On va procéder, les fans pensent que je suis possédé.
Too good. Too good. Too fucking good. Too fucking TV like that.
Montrez, mets tous un maillot. Montre-leur, dans leur truc, dans leur. Vous voulez un maillot?
Jesus, how many jerseys has he got?
Messieurs, c'est le 4e, messieurs. Le 4e. Vous avez vu le 4e, messieurs. Viens. Madame, c'est pas.
So good. But yeah, big up PSG, man. Big up PSG. Thank you for making the weekend bearable. It was really going to be hard because Arsenal was celebrating the Premier League title, which no neutral Arsenal fan of any other Premier League team, no neutral football fan, no other fan of a Premier League team, no other fan of any team in the world would have wanted them to win. They did it anyway. They got over the line. Congratulations to them. They kind of shithoused their way through it, but I think it was more important that Arsenal won the Premier League than Champions League. For their project and what they want to do, Arteta needed to prove his proof of concept right, and he did so by winning the Premier League. Now you can see how he evolves it. You can't just continue playing the same way next season. Everyone kind of knows what you're about. They're going to figure out solutions to kind of, you know, nullify your threat or to basically win. But I'm still happy they lost the Champions League the way they lost it. It couldn't happen to a worse club. It couldn't have happened to a worse club. So thank you so much to PSG. Thank you so much to PSG. Talking about thank you in culture. Talking about thank you. Roots Picnic happened yesterday, isn't it? The Roots Picnic thing happened the other day in Philadelphia. And God almighty, I forgot that every time the Roots Picnic happens, Jay-Z usually performs. And when he performs, he does like a little a cappella freestyle thing. And usually that's a time where he kind of does his whole like subliminals. He might do a state of the culture. He might do his little flexing, calling us poor and broke and how he's a bit, you know, he does his thing, right? Jay-Z kind of reminds us every year for the most part that he's like, you know, top of the top when it comes to rapping skills. So he did so. He did so again at the Roots Picnic. And I have to admit, this freestyle was really good. I don't know why people on the timeline are trying to gaslight themselves or me or I don't know what they're doing. If people are trying to gaslight their timeline or they're trying to gaslight themselves, but this is a good freestyle. He dissed everybody that's been dissing him. Obviously, the most important one is Drake, based on his last album, Iceman, and the fact that he said the jig is up, which obviously Jay-Z took as a diss, which it obviously was a diss. I'm eager to hear what Miles gonna say though, by the way. Big up Moore. Big up Mal. Big up Moore from New Rory and Moore. He usually is very quick to defend and to deflect and to pour cold water and any kind of rap beef. I know people's names are said. For some reason, Mal thinks if no name is said, then it doesn't mean it was to you. Which is dumb because rappers love to not say names of other rappers because it shows that you're not pressed. So I do the same thing when it comes to life. Like you're meant to like, you know, you're probably meant to keep a running tally of the people that cross you or the people that disappoint you, people that let you down, people that betray you. You're meant to probably do that to keep you motivated. But I don't want anybody that I legitimately think may have done those things to me to feel like they have any type of ownership in my life, any type of authority, any type of like power, any type of like I mean, I don't like, you know what I mean? You shouldn't even, you know, that's, so I wouldn't want to like do that. But as a rapper, a way to kind of get around it is just mention their name vaguely. It's a mention them vague. That's the way to get around it. And Jay-Z's been a king at this. He's been a king at killing people with subliminals of time where it's actually better he doesn't say your name because it's actually worse how he says it, you know? You know, that type of thing. So anyway, personally, I thought the freestyle was fucking fantastic. I don't understand how some of you motherfuckers are trying to convince yourself this wasn't good. Because just imagine how hard this will sound with a beat. Just imagine if Jay-Z decides to put this on a record. Or he decides to go in a booth and rap and write. Because this, you know, this is not some like lyrical miracle guy. Jay-Z is an actual artist who can actually make hit songs. You know? So like, if he decides to go in a booth and actually put this on a fucking, on a beat, it's going to be trouble. Like, Jay-Z went crazy here. He went crazy.
No! You had to catch down and thunk it. When you were pumped this, I'm the one who struck the pain. That hill you can die on. There's way too much flack that comes from those planes. I'm killing them softly. What's understood don't need to be explained. You want it one way, it's the other. I still on you suckers, I'm mauling you niggas gang.
By the way, I do love that. By the way, you want it one way, it's the other. It's a line from The Wire. And I think that comes because, I'm not mistaken, I think that line comes specifically because just the other day he was complaining about people battling, right? Just the other day he was saying, oh, battling is beneath the culture. You're trying to do this whole like, because Jay does that a lot. He does this whole like snobby thing about, oh, you guys are still drinking water. Nah, man, I drink like crystals. You know, he's always on that kind of like snobby, looking down on people. Like, so he was battling the other day. He was dissing the other day. But because he's now elevated himself, he's in a position where he cannot do that. He was on interviews talking about how like battling is beneath us and we should do better as a culture. And the moment he gets like sneak this on Iceman, he fucking loses his head. And now he's out here legitimately going back to Drake. I mean, going back to Drake, going at Nicki Minaj, Oskino, Jaguar Wright. Who else had some bars for? Yay, like Dame Dash. He went for everybody in this particular freestyle. The only person he didn't go at was 50 Cent.
I ain't much for me, is no how. Cancel the brunches. I remember the hunger pain. The price of the.
By the way, I love how he says cancel the brunches as if like he's not the one setting them up. I find that's really funny. So it's again, it doesn't matter. It's a freestyle. Your dissing doesn't matter. It just sounds good. But I do find it really funny how he's saying cancel the brunches as if he's not the one that set them up. But to be fair, this man is what, 50 years old? 50 something years old? That's a good head of hair. I don't see a single soul patch anywhere on his head. Jay-Z, I think like 50, maybe going on to 60 years of age. Like, you should, you know what I mean? You would thank God if you grew up to be that age and have that much hair on your head. That's impressive. Big up Jay-Z. I don't know if he's been using Beyonce's, what's it, Creed? She's got some product called Creed, and I don't know what is it. The moisturizer, I think maybe the moisturizer or something. One of those products, allegedly, or the drops. It does really well for your hair growth. People are obviously posting before and afters, but I don't know if that's true. But either way, that's a good head of hair. So big up Jay-Z for having a good head of hair.
It's going up. It's going to cost you a beat to even say my name. You ever heard of a wonder king? My children are some of them. Have you niggas no shame? Y'all trying to get under skin? I really get under skin. Ask how I'm playing.
Oh, Jay admitting he started on Rivera all those years ago. I really get under skin. Ask on how I'm.
Y'all thugs with y'all thumbs again. Everybody think they're the ones insane. You don't know maniac. Watch y'all saniac in my presence, nigga, shrink. I need a new therapist.
That's a good, by the way, line. Obviously, shrink in size. But it also kind of relates back to what Cameron has said. Cameron has said on his show, it is what it is, many a time that he doesn't think Ye's crazy. Ye just plays it up because he's around white people. But when he gets around the ninjas, he's his normal self. Like, he does that whole like crazy thing to get their attention, to get his point across, whatever. But he's like fake crazy. He's not really real crazy. And I think this goes back to what, Jay-Z's talking about here. Like, yeah, you took all this insane tough shit, but when you're in my presence, I see how you move. I see how you're affected by my mere presence alone in the room. Affects the way that you kind of enjoy yourself, fucks up your whole evening. I see the impact I have, so let's not act here. Which I think is unfair a little bit. But hey, what can you do?
This shit is not working. I'm truly on the brink. Y'all better not encourage him. Y'all don't want me to think these thoughts that I think. That nut ass nigga still stuttering. And Chatty Patty down on his luck again.
I think nut ass nigga still stuttering. I think it's Oskino. I think so. Chatty Patty still down in his luck. I think it's Dame Dash.
Introducing me to Jaguar. I don't know why I still fuck with him.
That's a great line, by the way. Questlove, which is the drummer for the Roots, in the back, introduced me to Jaguar Wright. I don't even know why I still fuck with him.
You wonder why I do the freestyle rehearsal. That lady back on the stuff, she sound like she in love with him.
That's Nicki Minaj. There's been a long rumored thing that allegedly Nick's a bit of a cokehead. Allegedly, she's a bit of a coke addicta. So some of her crash outs and rants are maybe influenced by the drugs. So some people say, I'm not sure if that's true. I think if anything, those type of things just bring out your worst kind of traits that you've already been doing. Those type of drugs and whatever else it may be. I don't think you necessarily have the drugs and turned into suddenly some sort of crazy right wing. I think she's always had those thoughts and feelings. I just really I really respect the balls it takes to do that, because for sure 90% of your audience are not going to give a fuck about it. It's going to it's going to roll over and pretend it didn't happen. I think so. But you never know. You never fucking know. You really, really never know.
A king can't even take their kids. Enough of them. A rapper can't.
By the way, that's brilliant, by the way. That's brilliant. The little stutter in between there, taking a piss out of a little bit of like the speech pattern of the kid. Allegedly, Papa Bear still can't say his name and shit. They're saying that, something wrong with that kid. What was they saying? What was it saying? That was it, I think.
Be my eye. I got MAGA Republicans. Them shots came from the very top of the government. Good luck with them. I'm governed by God.
By the way, it is kind of weird how he's saying his ops are MAGA Republicans when he hangs out with them. But hey, what do you think?
To break the government. I brain for 40 days, my neck get flooded again, wrist get flooded again. My net worth went up again. My next update, the jig is up. Nigga, I'm up 10, wrong chart, champ. Niggas look up the hole, I never looked up to them.
Well, that's definitely aimed towards Drake. The jig is up. Okay, look up. Ooh. Niggas look up to Jig and they look. So I think that's relating back to Lil Wayne, or maybe Lil Wayne, or maybe Drake. I say he looked up to him, so he said, "I've never looked up to anybody. I've always been number one."
Yeah, Drake. Crackers got your publishing gigs to go talk to them. Oh! Niggas is workers. In perpetuities, how your contract is worded. Don't make me go first. The roots remember, even when the trees pretend, not too much in my name. Don't forget who I am. Hattie loves her Shawnees, S-H-A-W-N. I find it adorable she put the S at the end. You don't know, the show ain't even begin. I said, you don't know, the show ain't even begin.
Yeah, big up Jay-Z, man. Big up Jay-Z. The sold out show is gonna be fun, by the way. The Reasonable Doubt reunion or Reasonable Doubt anniversary shows are gonna be fun. Because I have a feeling he's gonna say some more stuff back, you know, when he does those shows. But it's also gonna be fun in the in-between to see if Drake comes out and says anything. It's gonna be funny in the in-between if we do get anything from Drake before now and the start of the Reasonable Doubt tour of shows or the run of shows. Will we get Drake put out a little throwaway dissing Jay-Z back? Or will it just be this? I'm curious to see. Because his handle was pretty good, in my opinion. It was handled pretty good when it comes to him. But hey, some people disagree. Some people will, of course, disagree. So big up Jay-Z for that one. Absolutely killed it. Big up Blood Clot Jay-Z for absolutely killing that one. And then we got some analysis here. Let's check out what fucking Akademiks had to say about it. He wasn't too pleased, it seemed like, right? About what went on. So let's quickly check out what Akademiks had to say about it. What's that? How many is that on? Yeah, let's go this one. Where can I find it? Bear me a second here while I grab it up on my screen. Actually, let me just write Jay-Z on my bookmarks, actually. Don't know why I'm doing that for. Let me just write Jay-Z. And it should come up. Yeah, there you go. Check to say.
Drake made the billion from music. You ain't make $1 billion from music. That's just facts we talking about. He made $1 billion from his own catalog. So you could say, oh, the white people own it in perpetuity. Ain't nobody made more money than this nigga. He talking about a B. When you try to get your B, you had to go link up with Live Nation.
Oh yeah, there's a people are trying to run a narrative. People are trying to push a narrative that Drake fucked Beyonce. That's why Jay-Z's like mad, doesn't like him. Allegedly. I don't know if that's true or not. But I just feel like people are trying to slide that in to make it like comfort. It's like, I don't think so, you know? I don't think that's true whatsoever. I really don't. But hey, if she did, then I guess she did.
Talking about independence, you so titled to Square. How you talking about independence? You the first nigga to sell. How you talk independence? You the first nigga to sell in every situation. You walk people to the water and just put some poison in there until they die. You just like run off with a check. How you talking about independence? How that work? In most of the situations you got going on, you just a face card for these people.
All right, sure.
You sold title to get on the board of Square. You sold title, a black-owned supposed business that's a streaming company that was supposed to represent artists to get on the board of Square. I'm lying? So what you talking about independence? What you talking about in perpetuity? You talking about his catalog? Nigga, your companies are owned in perpetuity by Live Nation. The fuck are we talking about?
He's going crazy. Actually, where's my YouTube chat? For some reason, YouTube chat isn't it. Bear me 1 second. Let me quickly get a YouTube chat up. I don't know why my YouTube chat's not showing up on the screen. I'm thinking, hold on, this doesn't look too great. Looks a little bit strange. Where's my YouTube chat? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Bear me 1 second here while I grab it. Where's my YouTube chat? I'll go to Botrix right now. Come on, Botrix, work if you don't mind. Cool. We got everybody tuning in, by the way. Smash that, hit subscribe. Remember, we're trying to hit 500 members for the month of. Oh, that's why we're trying to hit 500 members for the month of June. So I'm gonna go 30 days streaming every single day from the 1st, obviously today, all the way until the 30th. So make sure you join and become a member over here on YouTube, or you can become a sub, paid sub over there on Kick as well, if you so please. That'll be greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. Alright, cool. Let's do this. Let's get the YouTube going on now. Let's hopefully this works. Don't know why it's not working. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, why is it not? Yeah. Strange that it won't let me just click on the YouTuber, though, isn't it? You have to save it or something. Or I have to log in with YouTube. I don't know. Huh. Every time I click it, it's still not letting me do it. Do not copy. Okay, cool. Do I have to kind of log out and then... Oh, let me log out and see. Let's log in with YouTube, isn't it? That's what I'm doing. No, I don't want to do that one. Let's go back. Log in with YouTube. There you go. Come on. There I am. Come on. Give me something. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Suddenly it's back. Okay, now it's back. Now it's back. I think she's back. Right? Is it back? Oh no, it's still not back. What the fuck is going on? Why is it not back yet? Huh. Is something wrong here? Maybe I'm having a dark time. I don't know why it's not really legitimately allowing me to. Okay, there you go. It's back. It's back. Was it back? No, it's not back still. It's still not back here. What the fuck is it doing that for? Huh. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. Who cares? For some reason my chat isn't working. I don't know why in particular, but for some reason my chat is not fucking working. I don't know why. Don't ask me why, but for some reason my chat is not working. Anyway, let's continue. Let's just continue, innit? Let's just continue. We'll sort out another day. We'll sort out another day. Alright, cool. Is that the videos? What's it? Display capture, right? This one here, boom. Let's go. Let's go. It's a Mario. Okay, cool. So you got that one. You got Oskino responding to Jay-Z. What does Oskino says? What's Oskino been saying?
But I don't Drake get on this game. He's jealous of Drake. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, I hope you're 69,000 years old, and if I find out that was weave, because I'm not a beautician, so any beauticians out there, let me know. Was Hove hair dreadlocks a weave? Because if that was a weave, I'm going to the studio tomorrow. I gotta talk about this. Ain't no way nobody with a weave on gonna be dissing me. At that point, if you had a weave, you out of pocket, bro. If you're 60 years old with a weave, dreadlocks, and you got all this money, you must be stopped. I'm appalled at you. Shame on you. But I don't drink it on this game.
Yeah, big up, Skinner. Trying to be unbothered there, Akademiks says Drake's charged up this record was really aimed at Jay-Z, really. As Drake had left his deal and signed $200 million deal with Apple, but fans are expecting this from home as beef rumble. Okay, let's play this one.
Artist by the artist. Look at all these artists. Me personally, I think Jay-Z never fuck with Drake after Drake dipped out on him. Like, Drake was the only person, the only artist. You see Nicki right now salty. Like, oh my God, I signed a letter to be on the board of Tidal or whatever, and I never got no money. You got all the money, and you're that's kind of what happened. I told you, like, Jay-Z finessed everybody. It's like, no, this is for the artist, by the artist. Look at all these artists. They're co-owners. Jay-Z took all the money, bro, and dip on these niggas, man. Fuck y'all niggas, man. Yo, it's The Rock, homie. Fuck y'all niggas. He wanted to bring Drake over there. Drake was like, man, I ain't coming over there. Nigga, like, yo, Drake probably had his lawyer. Probably even have his lawyers. Drake probably read that shit himself. Like, yo, who gonna buy into this fuck shit right here? I'm Jewish, gang. I'm not coming over there. Yo, Apple, what's cracking, nigga? He took more money and went to Apple. I think they kind of was realizing what it was and kind of feeling it out. And I think Drake thought that was a move of Jay-Z sending Meek at him when it was the song Charged Up. Remember, that's why he did back-to-back afterwards, because he didn't really, if you listen to Charged Up, remember, this is the same year he fucking introduced Apple Music. He turned down a deal with Tidal. Meek comes out and says, Drake don't write his raps, that nigga's a bitch, da-da-da-da. He starts a bunch of tweeting. The first song Drake drops, listen to this, and all people always say this is a warm-up, but bro, Drake was always thinking, it's just like when he beefed with Pusha T. the diss songs to Pusha T was really at Ye. Because, yo, you can't, it's like when people say, nigga, I can't go at the nigga who try to backdoor me and try to swing on me. I got to go at Lil Baby. You got to go at the source. So his first track is really to Jay-Z. Niggas keep thinking it's to Meek. Bro, he defeated Meek with like fucking nursery rhymes. Is it a world tour or your girl tour? Huh, beef over. You getting body by singing. Oh, that's it. You're, oh, yo, Beat Meek was like, yo, taking candy from a baby, right? He dropped the first track because he ain't know what was up. He's trying to see if Jay was behind.
You gotta love Akademiks. When Akademiks is in full Drake defense mode, he's probably one of the best ever. He's probably one of the best ever when it comes to that sort of stuff. And of course, for whatever reason, like, what one for LeBron James? Doesn't he know this makes him look really fucking bad? I know some people made their complaints known about how much they hated the fact that for the most of the album that they heard in terms of Iceman, Drake is just out here complaining and crying and bitching and moaning that all his friends betrayed him. But wouldn't you be the same too? I'm sure some of you out there have suffered a relationship ending, a marriage ending, engagement ending. Those things are brutal, right? Being with somebody for many years and then suddenly, boom, not being with them anymore, not seeing them anymore, and just completely cutting contact and losing the love, or finding out you were betrayed, or feeling like you were taken advantage of, whatever it is, that thing is brutal. But I've always said, I don't think there's any pain that comes close to losing a friend. Not even losing a wife, or boyfriend, or girlfriend, or husband. I don't think so. I think losing a friend is actually worse than losing a relationship. On God, I don't know why it is, but it just hurts way more. So I can imagine if you're Drake and you're on top of the world, everyone is licking your ass anyway, and then suddenly all these guys just turn their back on you for nothing. Because at first, when the beef happened with Kendrick, and it was turning into a 20v1, all these other rappers were popping out, posting the They Look Like Us song, and just generally trolling and getting involved. A lot of people were thinking, oh, it's because Drake probably fucked their girls. And then that was the rumor that was put out. Oh, Drake's a bad guy. He's a scumbag. Mostly from Joe Budden. We all want to see him lose because behind the scene he's a real piece of shit. He fucks everyone's wife. He's not respectful. All these stories were coming out. Yet we didn't hear a single credible person say, oh, the reason why I'm suing him is this. Why is it all the fights, and all type of nonsense? So if you're LeBron, you have to look yourself like he's proving Drake right, because like, so 1 minute you're my guy, I'm in your corner, you're in my corner. Next minute I get into a battle, you suddenly side with the other guy because I guess he plays for the same team you're on. I don't know. Now all of a sudden you're like, reposting Jay-Z at the Roots picnic with the fucking steam coming out of your nose. Like, this is really tough. Like, come on, LeBron, man, you gotta move better than this, man. LeBron's got to move way better than this. But maybe he doesn't give a fuck. Maybe he's fed up of the disses and all these trolling on his comments on social media. Maybe this is his way of like clapping back, in a very silent, non-verbalized way, I get it. Still would prefer if he didn't just stayed out of it and left the guys to do whatever. But, it is what it is. And then that was it, right? For the most part. Actually, I think I might have a couple more. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I really, really enjoyed Jay-Z's freestyle. I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised the timeline is trying to act like he's not a good rapper, or trying to say like he's a fucking what are they trying to say on the timeline? They're trying to make it seem like this was like some old man boomer thing. He's not really with it. It's like, what? Did I hear the same thing? Did I not hear somebody go on stage and perform what I would expect was largely a freestyle? Some of it was memorized. Let me not discount that, but do like a freestyle rap where for 4 minutes they went back to every. That's the thing. Jay-Z's like a lot of people. Jay-Z's like terminally online. He just doesn't make it be known. So he sees everything. So I love that he was able to reply back the way he did, noticing everything. Dame Dash's teeth falling out his mouth, him being a chatty patty still. That's what Nicki Minaj just said about him. Kanye said about him and his kids and Nicki stuff. Like, he sees everything. So I do like how he spent those whatever that 5 minutes was of that freestyle, addressing every single person that something to say for him. I loved it. I fucking loved it, to be fair. And I'm really looking forward to hearing him do more of that. Hopefully on a beat. Hopefully Jay-Z can do some of that on a beat or something. Because I'd love to hear what that sounds like. I really would. I would love to hear what that sounds like. So big up Jay-Z for that one. But yeah, I'm surprised that the people online are not reacting to it the way I would have thought they would have reacted to it. They're actually acting as if it wasn't that good. Like, I don't really understand what that position comes from. There's more here. Jig it up. We've seen that. Jay-Z when he passes Papa Bear is crazy. Your mama's on crack is fucking wild. Some person met. Was there a meaning behind Drake's sweater? He was seen in a Lehman Marcus sweater. Why would Drake wear the logo of the most famous corporate collapse in modern history? Immediately after Jay-Z and LeBron appeared against up. Oh yeah, this guy's really good too, by the way. This guy gets really good breakdown. This older dude who just walks around his neighborhood. He has really good breakdowns of hip hop and shit. Really, really good ones.
All right, I might be completely wrong about this, but if you followed Drake long enough,
he's got an OVO little quarters. He's got an OVO little vesting as well. I love it, by the way. Big up this guy. He's fucking brilliant. Big up him. Let me put him on the camera. He's actually got a little OVO thing on as well. I fucking love it.
All right, I might be completely wrong about this, but if you followed Drake long enough, you know that he rarely does anything by accident. So 2 nights ago, Jay-Z obviously took some shots at Drake during his performance, and LeBron seemed to co-sign it. And then last night, Drake shows up posting something on Instagram wearing a Lehman Brothers sweatshirt. And now maybe it's just vintage fashion he picked out of his wardrobe, but when has Drake ever just picked vintage fashion? The sequence alone is enough to make you pause and think about it. So first the public shots at him, then the apparent support from LeBron, and then Drake arrives wearing the logo of a company whose collapse became one of the defining symbols of a fallen financial empire. And that's where the symbolism starts to stand out. Lehman Brothers wasn't just a company. It was one of the most powerful financial institutions in the world in 2008, until suddenly it wasn't. And there's another detail that makes the choice feel even more deliberate, which is that Drake spent time recording Iceman at Albany Club in the Bahamas. Same Albany that became forever associated with the FTX collapse, because that's where Sam Bankman-Fried was. So now you got Albany.
Hence the Sam Bankman-Fried shout out as well, right? There's a random Sam Bankman-Fried, right? Shout out, free all my guys, like which was fucking out of nowhere and funny. I think he also responded to it, didn't he, right? Behind the gates, behind bars, he actually responded to it. Like, oh, I'm really thankful for the fucking hilarious.
You got FTX, you got Lehman Brothers, you got Jay-Z and LeBron seemingly lining up on the other side. Maybe it's nothing, or
maybe it's everything.
Maybe Drake is doing what Drake always does, speaking in double meanings. Because if you zoom out, Lehman and FTX tell a remarkably similar story: power, success, invincibility, then collapse, the public turning against you, people celebrating your downfall, the empire falls. That broader pattern is what makes the timing so fascinating of that snap of him. Jay-Z represents a previous empire, one of the greatest ever. LeBron is another empire, a 2-decade dynasty in sports.
Interesting.
And then you got Drake. For the last 15 years, Drake's been the dominant empire in music. So maybe the sweatshirt isn't really about Lehman. Maybe it's about the life cycle of every empire. How they rise, how they peak, and how people grow tired of them. How the crowd starts betting against them. That was what really got me. And how a few of them somehow survive anyway. Very few. Because history isn't written by the people who never faced resistance. History is written by the people who were challenged, counted out, and are still standing afterward. And maybe that's his message of that sweatshirt. Or maybe it's just a sweatshirt. But if there's one thing I've learned from Drake following him over the years, it's that things that look accidental usually are not.
Honestly, I hope it's more than just what he's. Hope it is more than just a sweatshirt, right? This random picture took with a fan. Hope there is way more to this picture than just that. But I can't wait, man. I can't wait to hear Drake respond back. Have a bit of a sparring match between him and Jay-Z is going to be really interesting. And I'm also curious to hear what Mal from New Roman Mal is going to say, because he loves to make excuses, but he's actually associated with Jay-Z, obviously, through his brother Biggs and what they did together back in the day. He's obviously close friends with Drake too, so he puts him in a weird position. It puts Mal in a very weird position to be family, literally he's family with Jay-Z. You know, they've known him since he was a literal child, to now being really, really close with Drake. It's going to put him in a sticky position. Is he going to admit that what Jay-Z said on stage was actually a diss back to Drake? Or is he going to act like it wasn't and just do the whole fake oblivious thing? I don't know. I'm eager to see how it plays out. So big up them, man. Big up them, man. It should be a fun one once we find out what exactly parred the way it flipping parred. Okie dokie. Let's move on. We did the Jay-Z thing already. Oh, big up Kanye too. Big up Kanye. Of course, on the subject of Jay-Z, we have to talk a little bit about Kanye. We have to mention my guy Ye. We have to mention my guy Ye, the goat of all flipping goats, selling 1,800 tickets, sorry, in Turkey. The most tickets ever sold for a ticketed event, allegedly. We know they're going to come out and say whatever, but let's just say for now, courtesy of Ye, Forbes, I got his name wrong again here. Ye performs to 118,000 people in Turkey despite cancellation of anti-Semitic behavior. Somehow, 120,000 people still came out to see Ye perform in Turkey. Can you just imagine what the crowds would have been like at Wireless? Could you just imagine what the crowds would have been at Wireless? We lost out on a big thing, man. We lost out. This country's so backwards that they had this guy banned from performing. Now, don't get me wrong. Since he's been banned, you know, I just saw a headline the other day that said Hassan Piker has also been banned. He's like, because I think Hassan Piker is meant to be here, right? He's meant to be doing some sort of debate or some sort of media tour soon in the UK. And allegedly, I read, I don't know if this is true or not, but they said that he's been banned. He's not going to be able to come in. So if that's the case, we're just going through one of those periods in this country where everyone's super sensitive about certain people when they stay online. They're just never going to have it. So maybe this is like, you know, one of the type of things. But I just hope sometime they get around to like lowering the fucking guardrails and letting him back in, because that Ye concert would have been on another level if 120,000 people turn up in Turkey. I can't imagine we would have turned up in London. It would have been a fucking shutdown. Not even from the main arena or from the main place at Wyatt. It would have been everywhere else around it. So yeah, big up Ye. Courtesy of Forbes. Ye performed in a stadium crowd. More than 100,000 people were fans in Turkey. His first performance in Europe even more than a decade. So the rapper attempts a comeback following an immense backlash, we know. West performed inside the Istanbul Ataturk Olympic Stadium for roughly 2 hours to nearly 120,000 fans on Saturday. The Turkish-run state Anadolu Agency reported, marking West's first appearance in Europe since 2014. The concert was also live-streamed on YouTube. Rapper Travis Scott reportedly joined West on stage, and his concert follows the cancellation of a tour in Marseille, France in April, after Marseille mayor refused to have the city serve as a showcase for those who promote hatred and another project Nazism. The cancellation of the UK's Wireless Festival after it picked West as a headline act. And again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because Ye's undeniable. Ye is fucking undeniable. You can't stop someone like that from doing what they're gonna do. It's undeniable. I fucking love it. Whether West's upcoming tour is cancelled, he's scheduled to perform in Netherlands on 6th of June and 8th. Despite backlash from a Dutch official, Dutch Deputy Prime Minister Bart van den Brink said last week that solid grounds are needed to bar people from entering the country, noting West's past statements are not his moment, a reason to deny him entry. So, which I love to hear, love to see. And then, of course, we've got some clips here of Ye in the crowd. I mean, on the stage, on top of that massive globe stage thing that he does that's fucking amazing. Thanking the fans for selling out the venue and buying the most tickets ever for a live performance. Big up Ye. Seems like he's in really good spirits now. Love to see it. Love to hear it.
I just want to tell y'all we just broke the record, 118,000, largest stadium performance of all time. Like we always do with this time, I go for mine, I got the shine. Now throw your hands up in the sky.
Honestly, big up Ye, man. Big up Blood Clot Ye. Big up Blood Clot Ye. You gotta love him. You gotta fucking love that guy. And then we've got a couple more clips I want to show you. Ye performs Can't Tell Me Nothing in Turkey to the biggest ticket concert crowd of his career. The stage is just beautiful, isn't it? It really is an awe-inspiring stage. The only one that comes close to him in terms of stage productions might be Bad Bunny in the current era. Bad Bunny does a really immersive experience too, with that whole home that he grew up in Puerto Rico, that recreation of all that stuff, all the different people coming out with the leads, you know, the thing with the hats and the plastic chairs, and he does a really great thing. So I think Bad Bunny is maybe the person that comes the closest in terms of doing an amazing stage production, because this is so fucking cool. Now, let me mute it because I don't want to get copyright striked and blocked, but look how great that looks. So cool. So big up Ye, absolutely fucking killed it. Let me just scan through a little bit so you can see some other bits and bobs of him doing the damn thing on stage. You love to fucking see it. And then we also got a clip here. This is the most important clip for me. This is the most important clip for me. Was PlaqueBoxMax was at the tour, at the stop in Turkey, which is great to see, by the way. He traveled a long way from America to get there, so big up him. That's really commitment to kind of just got real commitment on show there to go see Ye. Oh Jesus Christ, he's got 12,000 subscribers. I need 5. Come on, man. Let's do it. 30,000. Let's do it, man. 30 days. Let's do it. Let's fucking get this fucking done. Let's do 30-day marathon because this motherfucker's got 12,000 subs. If we do 12,000 subs, we do a rough calculations of $4.99, right? Is most people's subs start at $4.99. We times up by 12. PlaqueBoxMax is allegedly making, again, this is without fucking Twitch's cut, 60 grand a week. No, 60 grand a month off of subs. 60 grand a month. Again, this is without Twitch's kind of cut. He might be only making 40 grand a month or something, or 30. 60 grand a month is crazy. I don't think I've ever been paid that from a full-time salary ever for a year's work. He's getting more in a month than what I ever got paid in a year ever. That is encouraging. That is encouraging. We got PlaqueBoxMax, we got everybody tuning in. This is courtesy of Scuba Ryan. Ye popped up out of nowhere while PlaqueBoxMax was asking why the music industry is so divided.
Like with music right now, I feel like it's very divided. How do you think this shit could like come together more? You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, my honest recommendation is that if you are artists in the world, do your homework about art.
Ye just popped out of nowhere. Love it. Ye just popped out of fucking nowhere alongside Yasin Bey and the artist, I forgot his fucking name, the guy with the grey hair, the artist that was meant to do the big collaboration with Supreme when Don Tazs, I forgot his fucking name. Or maybe it's not, is that not him? No, actually that might not be him. Sorry, it looks like him. I don't think that is the artist. I forgot who that guy is in the army shirt. Please forgive me. I thought that was the artist, that the contemporary artist was meant to do the thing with Tremaine on a slavery t-shirt. He's a prominent African American, just a prominent contemporary artist anyway. But I don't think that's him. Somebody different.
But seriously, artists in general, but black artists particularly, need to do their homework about black art. Don't just study the game theory, study the history. And don't just study the history of the shit that you into. Study the history of great black artists. Whatever medium that they work in, not just music, you need to know the great painters, the great writers.
I don't agree with this. I think it should apply to all arts. I don't think it should be colored. I don't think it should be race-based. I think it should apply to all art. Whatever is great, whatever is at the top level, whatever is like, you know, as Ye would say, whatever is Steve Jobs, Apple, Google, Picasso, Van Gogh, whatever's at that level, whatever's at fucking Enzo Ferrari, whatever's at that top level, you should study. And that should always impact your work and always inform your work. Because a lot of the stuff that Ye does is informed by the stuff that he's into. interior design, architecture, fashion, theater, different types of genres of music. That all informs his practice and his art, and it kind of shows once he does his music, once he does his music videos, into production, that he's been thinking way more outside the box. It has just been limited to just been thinking about stuff within hip hop or within black people. You know, there's so much more out there. There's so much more out there but I think it should always be about who's at the top. But I think he's just saying that to him generally because he's a young kid. But I think it should apply for all art. It shouldn't just be, oh, just focus on black art. No, actually, what we need, especially if we want to, if we want PlaqueBoxMax or these type of younger artists to come up to try and emulate what the greats did before them, the likes of the Kanyes, the Drakes, and everybody else involved, they need to start doing more homework on art across the board, because they're not. They're just all listening to each other. It's self-referential. They're listening to each other. They're not really going back to listen to the classics. They're not trying to understand records. They're not watching old documentaries and reading books, and they're not doing any of that shit. So we need them to do that shit more across the board. We don't just need to be focused on black. We need to focus on all art. But I could be wrong.
The great architects, you need to understand history, because as you say, you want to learn. You gotta know all of your elders left a key in there for all of us. So that's what I do. I do my homework. I study the painters. I study.
Fair play. Good recommendation from him. Hopefully PlaqueBoxMax takes that on board and uses it. You got another clip here of PlaqueBoxMax talking to Ye. He asks Ye what his stage design of the Earth, and he gave him the most Ye answer ever, which is great, by the way. I think he should, maybe it should have been a better question he could have asked, because it's fairly obvious what the stage design meant, what the idea, inspiration behind it was. Considering the year that fucking or the couple of years that Ye has had, especially due to all these anti-Semitic remarks, it does make sense why he'd go for that sort of stage design. So maybe you should have asked him a better question, but you can understand being a bit starstruck in that moment. Probably not expecting to see Ye, right? He's performing. You probably don't think he's gonna come and hang out with you. You think he's just gonna do his own thing. So I get it, but yeah, this is a really good little meeting. Hopefully they go on to do some work. I hope he just gets inspired and starts to make some good tunes, because I think PlaqueBoxMax has like the ingredients to be a good producer and a good artist, but the recent thing, the crash, that it's a bit all over the place. Sometimes you hear some stuff you hear from PlaqueBoxMax on stream. You hear him collaborating something like, shit, this guy's got it in it. He's got an ability. He can maybe figure it out. He might be the one. Then he didn't hear some stuff from me like, Jesus Christ, this is bad. So hopefully he figures out a way to kind of like, make good shit, basically.
Some shit you can't answer, but what's the inspiration for the stage design in terms of the Earth? I feel like that's just cool as hell.
Coming back, standing on top of the world after everything we've been through. Just to come back on top of the world.
Fuck with that. Hell yeah. And I appreciate you having me here and all this shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
I fuck with you heavy, bro. You a legend, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Of course, bro. Love. Bro, I would love, like, off camera, all this shit, just lock something in, just to learn, bro. I just want to learn, bro. Get better, I swear, bro. That's all I want to do.
He makes music. He makes music too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would have liked to have, in that position. I get what he's trying to do. He wants to get some mentorship one-on-one with Ye on production and stuff. But if I was him, I would have been more like, you don't really need that. Everything that Ye's done is mostly on camera. You can get a lot of tips about what he does production wise based on videos of him in the studio. I wouldn't be too bothered about that. Really, if that was me, I would just, I just want to be, I don't know, just talk and just click as humans, and then let that progress as that. I wouldn't want to be so quick with that. Oh, yeah, let's get in the studio, let's lock in, just teach me. I wouldn't really, I wouldn't go that quickly into that stuff. Like, does he even know you make music? Does he give a fuck? Like, I don't know. You want to just like him. You want him to give a fuck about you as a person. First of all, he's got so many people around him. You know what I mean? You want him to maybe want like to see you as like a person that's worthy of his time, just to hang out with, on like some cool shit. And over time, oh shit, you make songs. Oh shit, you make music. Oh shit, you're Grammy nominated. Okay, cool. Let's do something. As opposed to just let straight in with the studio thing. He did a good thing by saying that I don't want to be on camera, but I wouldn't have been so fast with the cosign. I wouldn't have been so fast with like the let's lock in together. I would have maybe, but then maybe that's the whole point why PlaqueBoxMax is there and I'm not. Maybe you have to be quick. Maybe you have to kind of go for it, whilst he's in front of you. You can't be acting all shy and cool. Maybe he's right.
You got a song on 2K, right?
Yeah, hell yeah, bro.
Grammy nominated.
Oh shit! Congratulations. Thank you, bro.
Hey, we're not gonna celebrate not winning though. No
What'd you
more.
say?
This is the last time we celebrate not winning.
It's a step. No.
The nomination shit, we gotta stop the nomination. Alright, shake on that. We're not celebrating nomination.
Next time it's a dub. It's a dub. It's a dub.
We got Justin LeBoy as well. He seems to be, again, for whatever reason, Justin LeBoy is like Rihanna's Jason Lee. You know, there's those people that celebrities or like regular people don't understand why the relationship. Regular Rihanna fans do not understand why Rihanna is so close to Jason Lee, but they seem to be besties. And regular Ye fans have no idea what Ye sees in Justin LeBoy. They don't get it. They don't see what Ye sees. They actually hate Justin LeBoy, but he's been a consistent person next to Ye. Like, he's been one of Ye's closest fat friends, I think, since the whole like anti-Semitic, I hate Jews, love Hitler thing. He's been the one constant. He's always been there. He's stuck around, man. To think about it, he's always been there. Like, you think he's not there? Like, he's always been there. He's always been stuck around. So, like, there must be something about Justin LeBoy or just how they click that Ye loves. Maybe because of his humor, I don't know. But Ye loves Justin LeBoy, man. He hasn't dished him. He dished a lot of people. Ye's fired and dished a lot of people, but he hasn't ditched Justin LeBoy at any point.
Hey, bro, W Kanye in the chat, though. I appreciate you. Yeah.
Yeah, it nearly goes again. Definitely fucks up there again.
Is officially coming on tour with us to stream. I think we should do this at the next freestyle in Europe. We're gonna be in Europe to June 13th. Could you do 2 weeks in Europe?
June 13th? Yeah. So look, I gotta go to Summer Smash though. That's the only.
What day is that? 14th. 14th? You can go there in town. We leave in Europe June 12th. Yay birthday June 8th.
Well,
you wanna come stream the birthday? It's the last time I'm gonna ask you, my nigga. You think about it. Think about it off camera.
Alright. Chat, this is the greatest 30-minute stream of all time, though. For real.
Fucking hell. There's a possibility that he could stream for the entirety of the tour. They're doing 3 stops in the tour, right? No. They're on top for 3 weeks. They're doing more than 3 stops. No, actually 3 stops? I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's a lot of stops, right? So imagine that. And you're there for Ye's birthday on June 8th. Woo-wee. Come on, PlaqueBoxMax. You know what to do. You know what to do. Stay there until the 12th. Fly back and do your Summer Smash or Summer Splash show on the 13th. Be tired or whatever. But this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. I get no one. Like, don't cancel Summer Splash. If you're a pro, don't cancel that day on the 12th. Still do it anyway. But these type of opportunities you have to take as well. Clear your schedule, man. Clear your schedule. These type of opportunities you gotta take. Clear your schedule. And if you want to learn, you want to soak up game, this is how you're gonna learn it. Just being around Ye, seeing how professional he is, seeing how he kind of handles his team, how he delegates, how he ideates, all that shit, rehearses. That's gonna be like some legendary shit.
Hey, dreams do come true though, but listen though, we keep working. We gotta keep working, bro. This don't mean shit if we don't.
Oh, they're playing Adam Port.
Keep working, bro. Remember that, bro. You gotta keep working, bro. On God.
I want to stream the rest of the Ye shows the rest of the summer or not? Let me know. Look, I don't want to hear your story. It's a yes or no.
Bro, that's toxic though.
That's a proper Ye. You can tell it's hanging about a Ye, innit? You can tell Justin LeBoy hangs out a Ye a lot. That's a very Ye kind of response. I don't want to hear your story. You're in or not?
Yes or no? Let me know. No.
I got brand deals and shit.
I want to hear your story.
Bro. You say you was gonna let me.
10 days this summer.
You say you was gonna let me sit with it
I changed
though.
my mind. You want to stream the rest of the Yeezy shows, the biggest artists, the biggest in the world. Or not? Everyone say do it. Say no more.
We outside. Just tell me when.
Yeah, lock in. Big up, Justin LeBoy. Big up PlaqueBoxMax. I'm happy for him, man. He's like a good kid. I really like those streams where he kind of obviously produces live on stream. Very, very different. People don't usually do that because you want to kind of keep, I guess, the magic of the production secret or something. I don't know. People are just weird about that sort of thing. But I love that he opens it up to people, shows people how difficult it is sometimes to make a good song. Also shows you the magic of making the song in the moment, how it sounds. I've also learned something which I didn't know before, but I've learned something that sometimes songs sound better when you've heard it being made than when you play them later. A lot of the songs that I heard on PlaqueBoxMax's stream during his in the booth, you love it at the time. Then when it gets actually mixed and mastered, you're like, not that good. So I can only imagine how sick stuff sounds in the studio with like the fucking with like the soundproofing and the speakers and shit. Shit must sound incredible in the studio. But then once you've got it all mixed down and stuff, do you know what I mean? Once you got it mixed down and mastered, it doesn't usually sound that tough. But I still love the fact that he did it. And yeah, man, big up PlaqueBoxMax. I'm eager to see how he's gonna grow. Eager to see how he's gonna grow as an artist. Hopefully, we get some more from him going forward. Big up Black Boy. Big up Black Boy PlaqueBoxMax. Big up Black Boy PlaqueBoxMax. You love to hear it. You love to fucking see it. Cool. What's this about? Let's see here. What's this one? The chat kept spamming PlaqueBoxMax's stream with Ye's name, so Max ended up showing the chat to Ye. Love to see this.
Literally. Everything is yay. They just keep saying your name. Yeah. W yay in the chat, bro. Here, look. W yay. Chat, he don't fuck with y'all, chat.
I love it. I fucking love it. So big up PlaqueBoxMax. Good to see him out there doing his thing. Big up PlaqueBoxMax. A bird's eye view of Ye's Istanbul concert with 120k people in attendance. Look at that view, man. Look at that view. God damn, Ye's the biggest, isn't it? To do all of this as well after that whole fucking I Love Hitler thing is kind of crazy. But it also speaks to the strength of talent. Like it is what it is. I don't think if Ye is as big as an artist, as high level as an artist as he is, this would happen. But the music is so good, it resonates with so many people, it's touched them in so many ways. I saw one clip of some Turkish girl literally sobbing her eyes out. There's one clip of this Turkish girl before she even walks into the arena, I think. She's at the stairs and she's literally crying her eyes out, like hearing some of the songs play on the speakers. Like this stuff means something to people. So yes, Ye went on a bit of a terrible streak for a couple of years where he kind of made it his mission to turn all his fans into haters, right? He went out of his way to make sure all his fans didn't like him or something. I don't know what he was doing. But yeah, man, the talent is the talent, isn't it? It just is undeniable. So yeah, this is fucking crazy. Look at that bird's eye view. Look at that bird's eye view. There's no sound on it though, thankfully. So you can just watch it and see it. Look at that. Look at this open top arena, the stadium, sorry. Look how full it is. Look at all the lights and the crowd. You can see how fucking absolutely jam-packed it is in there. The stage itself is huge too. I can only imagine how bigger it must feel when you're there in person. Because the globe thing already looks huge on camera. It must look so much more impressive when you're there in person. The half globe. It looks so good. All the lasers and the lights and the product, like just, yeah, they go crazy, man. Ye's team don't fuck around when it comes to this shit. The stage design is just on another level. On another level. Victor Osimhen was out there. Oh yeah, he plays for Galatasaray, isn't it? Victor Osimhen was out there. Of course, yeah. Victor Osimhen is very Ye coded anyway. To be fair, Victor Osimhen would be how Ye would be if he could play football. I'm not gonna lie. Victor Osimhen has a lot of Ye energy about him. Yeah, that's the girl. That's the girl crying. That's the girl sobbing her eyes out. Look at her. Love it. Big up the Turkish Ye fan, Turkish Yeezy fan. Love to see it. Love to see it. Love it. Come on. No one else can do that. No one else can fucking do that, man. No one else can do that. What else we got here? Got some pictures of the show at the Ataturk Olympic Stadium in Istanbul. Ataturk Olympic Stadium at the Atom entered the ranking of the concert with 100,000 tickets sold. At 30, Ye is the first to cross over the 100,000 sold. I guess he can also sell more tickets because of the stage design, isn't it? Maybe that's why. Maybe he can increase the amount of tickets available because of the stage, because he got more people sit on the floor. But look how the pictures come out. Like, wow. Wow. Even the pictures look really impressive. They did a really good job. And again, this all goes into it, right? When you're a stage production designer, part of the job is to figure out a way for your shit to look good when people take pictures, you know? So when they share on social media, it looks a certain way. That's also part of the job. So it's probably no surprise that it looks like this. But God almighty, man. Big up fucking Ye, honestly. One of the greatest, if not the greatest. Ye now holds 3 of the 5 most attended hip-hop stadium shows of all time. Ye in Istanbul, 118,000 tickets sold. Most attended ticket stadium concert in history across all genres. Ye live in SoFi, night 2, 80,000 tickets. 80,000 attendees, sorry, 88,000. Oh, 85, sorry. Attendance figures cited by Ye on stage. Ye live at SoFi, night 1, 80,000 again. He's got 3 of the top 5. Rotted. 3 of the top 5 after the couple of 2 years that he's had is absolutely insane. Really fucking is. Let's continue. This angle of the fireworks going off during all of the lights on Ye's show in Istanbul. Jesus Christ, one more time. That is crazy. Look at this. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, what a performance. And we missed out on this on wireless. No wireless for us, by the way. Could you imagine how crazy wireless would have been? This is what they denied us in wireless. This is what they denied us in fucking wireless. Never forgive them, people. Never forgive them. But yeah, big up Ye, big up Blood Clot Ye, big up a fan at Istanbul started mimicking him on stage. Pretty cool. But yeah, big up the Ye fans, big up the Blood Clot Ye fans turning up. You gotta fuck. What was that? Somebody clicked the air. Concert air. Oh, that's Mechanic Club. The air. The air is crazy. Put in the Ziploc bag. That's fucking nuts. Oh, but yeah, look at that. That is so cool. That's legitimately one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life. So big up Ye. Absolutely killed it out there in Turkey. Doing what he's meant to be doing. Doing what he's meant to be doing. Talking about doing what they're meant to be doing. Is anyone genuinely surprised? Is anybody genuinely surprised that the fucking Ferrari electric car turned out to be the way it is? Is anyone genuinely surprised that it turned out looking the way it does? I'm not. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not surprised. I feel like we're just living in an era and culture where things flatter to deceive. They rarely live up to the hype, to the potential, to whatever. Things are always flattering to deceiving culture. So I wasn't too surprised that the exterior of the car was the way it was, because I thought the interior was fairly nice. I didn't mind it. I thought it was quite impressive that they went for like a tactile design with the interior. They did away with the touch screens. Yeah, I mean, they took a lot of care about, like, you know, just a lot of things tactile to the sounds, so the practicality of it, to the design. Very well done. But I was also a bit spooked, a bit like confused why they would reveal the interior before they revealed the exterior. It kind of felt like they knew the exterior was going to be very divisive and people wouldn't give the interior design and the attention and the time that went into it, the props and the praise that it deserved. So they wanted to kind of like get in front of it by showing us the interior first before they showed us the exterior design of the car. I feel like they did it on purpose. I honestly feel like they knew the design of it was shit. But it turned out shit partly because I think, again, we're living in a very underwhelming society and era in culture. art across the board, entertainment across the board, very underwhelming. Though it doesn't rarely lives up to the hype. But there's also this thing about electric cars in general, where they have to be designed in a certain way in order to improve mileage, I guess, or to improve the amount of mileage, traction on the ground and shit. I'm sure that's a thing, because I like, whenever you see a car, you can always tell if it's an electric car based on the fucking rims, because they design them in a certain way to kind of basically make sure the car doesn't like swerve or, you know, lean over or whatever, to make sure it sticks to the ground as much as possible, to improve the amount of mileage that it gets and to make it more, I guess, aerodynamic. Right? No, that's most of the reason. I doubt traction. Most of the rim design is mostly for the aerodynamics of the car. You improve the aerodynamics, you might improve the range. But because they're hell bent on improving those things, it makes the car look a certain way. Because I guess technically on the computer, if you wanted to improve aerodynamics, you're going to have to make it look a little bit bulbousy. And that might be part of the reason why the car ended up looking the way it does. Because of the, you know, insistence on improving the range and the fucking aerodynamics and all this sort of nonsense. You end up with a design of a car where it looks like the new Toyota Prius, but I think the new Toyota Prius looks better than this new Ferrari Luce. I know people are saying it looks like the Toyota Prius, which I really like, by the way. I think the new Toyota Prius is fucking great. I love what Toyota's done. They've gone back to the drawing board. It's like, you know what? The Toyota Prius is actually a decent car. You get that Toyota Prius in an all black with white rims, that's looking like some Japanese sports car. Do you know what I mean? Like, you get a Toyota Prius and you put that in all black with some really nice rims, some fucking, I don't know, some different maybe headlight design or something. Get some racing seats. Maybe you put a roll cage in it. That thing's looking crazy. I actually think the Prius, even off the fucking showroom floor, looks better than this Luce. That bulbous design is just so hideous. I can't even begin to explain how bad it is. But before we get into this article courtesy of The Verge, let's check out what MKBHG, courtesy of his channel, his car channel Autofocus, had to say about the design, because he has some very interesting observation based on his time spent with the car. So let's hear what MKBHD had to say during the launch of the Ferrari Luce, the new all-electric Ferrari car.
All right, little makeshift bushes there. All right, this is a crazy video. Something you probably didn't expect, but I'm very excited to show you because it's a world exclusive of this.
Like, look at it. Just look at it. That's not a Ferrari, man. Maybe if another car company brings this out, there's not going to be such backlash. Maybe if Ford brought this out, maybe if Volkswagen brought this out, right? Maybe if Kia brought this out, there's not so much backlash. But because this is a Ferrari, you're like, that ain't a Ferrari. That can't be a Ferrari. It's impossible. That's not a Ferrari. Even that color, like, what? Baby blue, sky blue. Like, what the fuck is this? Do you remember there was a lot of stick that the Pura Sangue, right, which is the Ferrari SUV, which I think is fucking gorgeous. I thought the Pura Sangue got a lot of hate, unnecessary hate. But the Pura Sangue compared to this is just like night and day. This is disgusting. Like, it's just like, what the fuck is this? What is this? I don't know.
Whoa. Okay. This is the first fully electric Ferrari, the Ferrari Luce. I'm here with the keys. I'm here with all the info. I've driven the car. I have so many thoughts, but this is a first walk around and look at what is being revealed.
Hopefully he gets it too, by the way. Hopefully, because MKBHD is a really good car reviewer. Unironically, even though he's obviously known for most of his tech, I feel like he gives really good car reviews and he's really mostly honest for the most part. A lot of these car reviews on YouTube are bought and paid. I hope he gets it. Hope he gets it. He does his classic matte black finish. Hope he actually gets it and lives with it so he can hear what he thinks over time, because maybe it's a better car to drive over time. Maybe you have to live with it. But on first impressions, it's pretty ugly. It's pretty ugly. On first impressions.
When I upload this today, which is the final design in this near final working prototype of the car, and they have done a lot with the Ferrari Luce. Now I'm shooting this in Italy with DJ Osmo. That's not mine, so sorry if the footage is a little bit weird, but hopefully it looks pretty good. Yeah.
What's that? What's it? Ferrari wouldn't let us film with our own equipment. I wonder why. Maybe because I wonder if it's a collaboration. Ferrari wouldn't let us film with our own equipment. Maybe, yeah. I wonder, maybe because they collaborated with DJI on some cameras and shit for the launch. Maybe it's a bit weird, isn't it? Why didn't they film with their own camera?
DJI Osmo, that's not mine, so sorry if the footage is a little bit weird, but hopefully it looks pretty good. Yeah, there it is behind me. Just a little bit of background. This is a Ferrari, it's fully electric, and the challenges that come from building a fully electric car, I feel like are on one side of the slider, and the challenges that come from building a Ferrari are like on the other end.
That's the thing I don't like. I've heard a lot of this conversation. There's actually a roundtable discussion between somebody at Ferrari who's like head of design, Johnny Ive, and some other people, right, who were involved, because Johnny Ive's company were involved with the design of this particular car. I don't like that because it's an excuse. They're making it seem as if like designing an electronic vehicle is like the pinnacle of design. Is that the hardest thing to do in design? Is to design a really beautiful electric car. I don't think that's true. I just think for whatever reason, we live in an era where electric cars are designed to look like electric cars. You know? Like, very rarely do car companies, car brands make just beautiful cars that happen to be electric. They all have to look electric. It's so weird. They've all got this like they're very smooth. There's loads of like bubbles and curves and bright colors. And I don't know why they always do this, but there's never just a focus on, okay, let's just make this a really sick looking car. Let's make this look as aesthetically pleasing and as aesthetically like you know, jarring and stand out and like just like jumps off the fucking screen, as opposed to like, let's just make this another like I don't know, some like city hatchback dwelling, like I don't know, it just looks horrible. Like, please design cars with the aesthetics of the car front and center, and then maybe work backwards that way, as opposed to, oh, it has to be an EV, so it has to have a certain drag coefficient, has to have a certain mileage, so it's like, god damn. Because if you do that, you don't, of course you have to design the rims a certain way. Of course the fucking the bonnet has to be done a certain way, the seats a certain way. It's like, oh yeah. Do we want that really though?
Like a Ferrari, you think of as a two-door sports car, downforce, aero monster, and obviously a crazy engine and super lightweight. But then an electric car on the other end of the spectrum, you think of that as being as smooth as possible. A lot of them are like featureless blobs that have to flow through the air as seamlessly as possible with the lowest drag coefficient, but a lot of them are also pretty heavy and have a lot of storage space.
That's the thing, but do they have to do that though? That's the question. That's what I would propose. If I was working in a design studio, I'll propose the idea of like, I know that's what we tend to do when we're designing electric vehicles, but does that always have to be what we do? Why can't we approach it from another angle? Why do we always have to approach it from that angle? Why can't we approach it from another? Because the truth of the matter is, the only real way to improve range in electric cars for the future is cell battery technology, or just finding an alternative, you know, means of fucking electricity or whatever that you can kind of power the cars with. But the real big difference maker in range is going to be somehow someone figuring something out with the battery cells to just get more packed into them so that you can transfer into different range. Until then, you're just fucking around with what, like 50 to 100 miles here and there. If you have this design that way and that, like, really and truly, it's not that big of a difference. So you're better off focusing on the design of the car and then hoping as you're designing the car along the way, some breakthrough happens in battery cell technology, and all of a sudden you've got cars that baseline have 400-mile ranges and upwards. But I don't think all these little tricks and all these little gimmicks and stuff actually make that much difference, in my personal opinion. Because all the stuff that these car companies say in their brochures about the base level of range, most of it is due on if you have it all in the lower settings. If you put it all in the higher settings and stuff, suddenly that range isn't the same.
And so finding a way to combine those things and put them somewhere in the middle in a way that can be somewhat both, well, that's a crazy challenge. And that's why they brought in Love From, you might remember Johnny Ive's company, for the design. So there is a big collab here between Ferrari and Love From, and that's why
so far it's a 0 out of 1. The second design we're going to see from Johnny Ive's company, Love From, will be for the OpenAI, right? OpenAI have got some sort of wearable technology coming out. Some people are hypothesizing that it could be some sort of personal assistant speaker thing. It could be some like glasses. Who knows what it is? But we haven't heard. We haven't seen it. But so far, Johnny Ive is not really hitting out of the park. He did amazing work at Apple. No one can deny that. I think some people are also suggesting this might be the design for the Apple car. Because there was this, there wasn't even a rumor. It was like confirmed. I think there was even a pattern put forward for it. I'm pretty sure there was a pattern put forward. When Johnny Ive was still working at Apple, there was a pattern about Apple working on a autonomous vehicle, right? A self-driving vehicle. Eventually they kind of shuttered it all down. I think they shut it all down in favor of going down the AI route, which also hasn't panned out that well. But people are suggesting that the basis of this car may be some of the stuff that we would have seen from the Apple car.
This looks nothing like any previous Ferraris, and we got to walk through this whole thing. So let's just get started. So first of all, the basics, which I will try to put as many of them on the screen as I can here, which include the fact that this is a quad motor, fully electric car, 120 plus kilowatt hour battery, and 300 plus miles of range.
$600,000. I forgot the price. God damn. That's an ugly car. That's a really ugly car for $600K. I'm not going to lie. That's a really ugly car for over $500,000. I'm not going to lie. That might be one of the ugliest cars that you could ever buy over $500,000. God almighty.
Range, also obviously going to be very expensive because it's a Ferrari. But also, I have driven this car. I'm not allowed to show you that yet though. Wow. So that's going to be a separate video coming later. Make sure you get subscribed to see that when it does come out. What I'll tell you now is it is very capable, surprisingly capable. Tons going on with active suspension and torque vectoring and making this family size looking 5-seater trackable. But we'll get to that in that separate video. For now though, let's just walk over what's going on with all of these aesthetics because there is so much from front to back, a lot of quirks and features as Doug DeMuro would say. So let's start at the very front. What you're looking at is the face of the Luce. You've got these DRLs up at the front here. The actual headlights are underneath. And then even lower under that is active aero. So those gills, just like the 992.2 generation of 911s, does open and close depending on if you need more cooling or less drag. And you can see even the headlights down here are just like this smooth glass on this whole black front here. You can also down here get a better look at this gap, which goes up underneath this massive front splitter. So this is all an air gap here, and I can fit my whole arm underneath here because this goes up to this continuous windshield and this seamless canopy that goes over the top of the Luce. You can see into the cabin here. So it's kind of hard to point this Osmo down, but the air just goes right in the front here and up over the canopy to give you a little bit of downforce at higher speeds for more stability. And that super smooth canopy also means there is no place to hide the windshield wipers, because typically the cowl, the little depression right here, is where you hide them. And without that little cowl, they would just be a massive drag problem. So instead, the windshield wipers are on the outside edge of the windshield. So on the left and on the right are these really tall windshield wipers that rest on the outer edges. That's definitely not...
I wonder why Tesla didn't do that. I think Tesla Cybertruck had the same issue, right? Because it's got like a massive windscreen and you can't put it at the bottom. So they have one... Is it? I wonder... No, isn't it like... Yeah, I think it's one big bar at the bottom. But I wonder why Tesla didn't do the same thing too. Because it looks like they have two. So one crosses that way, one crosses the other way. And they're both on the side of the windows. Horizontally speaking anyway. I wonder why Tesla did do the same thing.
Something that I've seen before. Now let's make our way further down. Okay, it's got this enormous front wheel. This is a fully covered turbine style wheel cover, and there will also be a more open, like sort of 5-spoke wheel design. But that's a 265, 35, 23-inch wheel at the front and a 24 at the back. What is it? A 3, 15, 30, 24. So it's got these huge wheels, which really loans it to that futuristic type of proportions where the wheels are a huge portion of the height of the car. So then I'm going to get in close here. You can see this badge, which is not painted on. That's a real metal badge. And then a little bit of aero. So this is ventilation for that front wheel. And you also have a little bit more ventilation down here for the front wheel arch. The air will pass down here. Then you come to the back. And there's again some ventilation for that.
I don't know. Even those rims aren't those rims aren't Ferrari rims, man. Those aren't Ferrari rims. Those are not Ferrari rims. Just look at them. With the badge in the middle, it looks so weird, isn't it? There's such a shit rim. Like, look, what is that? Those aren't Ferrari rims, man.
For that rear wheel arch back here, where you see the rear of the Luce for the first time. And oh,
to be fair, the rear's quite nice. The rear might be the best thing about it. The rear design might actually be the best part about the Luce. It actually doesn't look too bad from the back. Pause or not pause. Can you pause yourself with saying that about a car? Is that weird? Should I pause myself because I said the rear of a car looks better than the front? Or am I bugging? Pause. The back of the car looks better than the front. It's like, what? Anyway.
Oh, okay. It's a little bit of Ferrari DNA going on back here. You've probably seen lights that look like that before, but look at this big ventilation. That sort of electrifies and smooths out this design. This is so different from what a lot of people were probably expecting when they heard that there's going to be a new Ferrari, especially when that's electric. But again, all of this smooth air flowing down the side, this is the shape that you always see on these electric cars because they have to be like that to get the most range. And so yes, 300 plus miles of range. It's not a ton, but it...
Again, I don't like that way of thinking. Nothing has to be in like anything. You can just design things where you want to design them and just put up with the fucking shortcomings that you put up with it. Honestly, I don't really think anything has to be designed anything. I think this is just like an excuse for it looking ugly. Because surely there's a way to design these things and make them look nice also. To make them look aesthetically pleasing, not like this.
Is winning some of those efficiency gains. And these are actually the door handles right here. I am a little bit worried about maybe some snow and ice getting in here in some colder climates, but those front doors open just like that.
That's nice, by the way. Thank God for door handles. Big up them at least installing and designing door handles and not having it all be touchscreen or your card or this, whatever. Because that Tesla Cybertruck has killed a bunch of people already. Allegedly, sorry. With the lack of actual door handles. Because I think some kids got burned alive in one. They crashed the Cybertruck. It lights on fire. And I think there's like a manual release for the door. But it's quite complicated to get to. I think it's under the seat or something nonsense. But there's no way to just like physically open the door from the inside without that latch. Or without you pressing a button. But I think when they crashed, obviously they fucked up the electronics on the fucking windshield. And they couldn't open the door. So some of the kids in the car, the Cybertruck, literally burned alive because of the lack of physical buttons. So I think because of that, actually, China, I think, are the first country to implement a law where they say all cars made up, I think, next year or this year will have to have physical releases by law. There's no, you can't have no, you know what I mean? So, yeah.
And the back doors, you might be now suspecting if it's like the Parasangue.
Nice.
And
yeah.
yes, it is. Welcome doors open backwards to let you in the back seat, where there are 3 seats, not 2. Okay, so I hope you've taken a breath already. There's a lot going on that makes this so very different from any other.
Anyway, for the most part, I don't like it. I think it looks like shit. Big up MKBHG. Let's go back to the Verge article here, what they had to say. How Ferrari bungled the design of its first EV. Curse of the Verge. For nearly 80 years, Ferrari occupied a unique cultural space, where its cars were aspirational, even for people who resented those who could afford them. The price, the exclusivity, the opacity of the buying process allowed Ferrari to sail above the ordinary criticism. You might not be able to afford one, but you still wanted one. With the launch of the all-electric Luce this week, however, the company fell down to earth, drawing the ire of the internet in the form of derision, mocking memes and AI slop. People compared it to a vacuum, a magic mouse, and most insultingly, a Nissan Leaf. Really? I didn't see those memes. Hold on, let's see if I can see it. Holy shit. People are saying it looks like a vacuum, you know. It's absolutely crazy. Let's see if I can find some memes here. I need to see some. Let's see if I can find some Ferrari Luce memes. They say it looks like a fucking vacuum. Is that what they're trying to say? Oh, yeah. This is heartbreaking, by the way. You see this? This is from a guy called Luca Cordero de Montezanado on the new Ferrari Luce. I think Luca Cordero or Cordero de Montezanalo is a part of the Ferrari family or something, and he didn't like what he saw. If I said what I really think, I'd harm Ferrari. We are risking the destruction of a myth. I'm very sorry about that. I hope they at least remove the prancing horse from the car. He wants the car to be debadged. Is that bad? Some old Italian man who's part of Ferrari family thinks it. Oh my god, look at the picture underneath. Hold on, let's press play.
Quello che penso farei del male alla Ferrari.
Debadged. He's about to cry.
Si rischia la distruzione di un mito. Mi dispiace moltissimo.
Even if you don't understand Italian, you can understand this part, innit? Even if you don't understand Italian, you can understand this part for sure.
Si rischia la distruzione di un mito. Mi dispiace moltissimo. Si rischia la distruzione di un mito. Mi dispiace moltissimo.
It's a destruction of a myth. It's like a destruction of a legacy, a destruction of history. You can even if you don't understand Italian, you can kind of figure that out. That car is destroying the legacy, the myth, the history of Ferrari. All those years of great car design, automobile excellence. Luxury, it's the pinnacle of a luxury sports car brand, right? All destroyed with one stroke of a car. Jesus Christ. And look at this meme underneath. Look at this meme. You seen this? This Elton John thing. What the fuck is this about? All these gay guys standing.
Darling, this car doesn't run on electricity. It runs on homosexual energy.
Ferrari Luce now with extra fabulous horsepower is crazy. Yo, the memes are insane, man. The Ferrari Luce changes you.
Some cars don't just change your lifestyle, they change who you are.
I'm gay now.
Ferrari Luce.
This is so good. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is so good. Oh my god. Let's see, any more memes here? Really? Lewis Hamilton drove, okay. What did Lewis Hamilton do?
Damn.
Where? Okay, so Lewis Hamilton said, oh my, look at that meme. POV charging the Ferrari Luce to make it look like an Apple mouse. Apple smart mouse, sorry. Looks like a transformer.
Create an electric car. They created a new lifestyle.
Why are you gay?
Oh my god. Okay, cool. You seen all that? Let's go back to the Verge article. Oh, look at these redesigns. Look at these redesigns. Look at these redesigns of the Ferrari Luce. Or is this just a kit added to it? These look way better, to be fair. Maybe just a body kit. Is that all it takes? A body kit. It looks automatically, makes it look 10 times better. Maybe just a body kit, you know? Maybe all it needs is a fucking body kit change. And that one as well, right? That kind of elongated design. They look way better. But back to the article. The Luce arrived in a moment where wealth inequality and the Verge is so woke. What the fuck is all this mean? Just review the car, man. Wealth inequality and corporate access have rarely been visible and resented. In the environment, a car that costs more than how much people earn a decade yet. People don't care how much it costs. They just care if it looks nice or not. Obviously, the cost kind of makes it look stupid. But it's more so, does it look good or not? Oh, let me see. The Verge, man. Oh, yeah. Ferrari has always sold desire across class lines. 640,000 Luce homogenizes the aesthetic while keeping the Ferrari price, enraging loyalists and fans alike. The reaction illustrates how intrinsically the brand identity, expectations and design are tied together. Derek Jenkins, the SWP of design and brand at Luce, told The Verge, I can see a couple of things in the exterior design that still reference the brand. the tail lights for the one, the red color option, and finally the logo. Everything else, proportions, lack of visual agility, even expression of performance is missing from the exterior. The face of the car isn't identifiable. It's a mismatch with the brand. Jesus Christ. The vehicle was designed in partnership with famed Apple designer Johnny Ive and Mark Newson through their firm Love From. Boasts 4 motors, 1,035 horsepower, 500 kilometers of electric range, which is definitely not where it's going to hit for most people. Ive has been notoriously critical of car designers in the past, saying that he found some modern cars look shocking, but recently admitted that he was surprised by how difficult it was to design a car. Oh, see? Now he knows. So it was easy to talk about how bad he thought designs of cars were outside when he was on the outside. As soon as he got into the studio and decided to understand the constraints, suddenly you realize why cars look the way they do. And I think a lot of it is what they say. A lot of the design of cars looking the way they do is because of the car. Is it car part swapping or something like that? There's like a thing in automobile design where you kind of have to have a car look a certain way because it has to fit certain proportions so that cars can be easily repaired. Because a lot of cars share the same parts and shit. I'm pretty sure. It's like a weird, and again, I could be wrong, but I'm sure I read somewhere that that's also part of the reason why cars look the way they do. It's almost like you're forced to design a car that looks similar, because if you design it too different, it's going to then cost a lot more money to make, because it's all going to be unique parts. The Luce is the longest Ferrari ever built, eschewing the brand's traditional sharp, aggressive lines for a more sweeping aerodynamic profile. It's also Ferrari's first ever 5-seater, with a low stance that almost makes it seem like a hatchback. It looks as though its sleek, dark glass house cabin is nested inside a separate, chunky aluminium shell, and instead of traditional grille, it features an S-duct swoop that drops down. Is baffling to look at. As Ralph Zemat, the chair of transportation design at College Creative Studios in Michigan, explained, industrial design and automotive design are two very different disciplines. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. That's what I studied. I studied industrial design or product design. But being an industrial designer, product designer, is very different from being an automotive designer. Actually, I want to go back. I want to see if I go to Loughborough, actually. How much is Loughborough University industrial design course, because I've got aspirations of going back to Loughborough University, or going back to uni actually, and going and getting, because the product design degree is whatever, but industrial design from Loughborough University, the place I actually went to go into, I said no. Let's see, industrial design course fees. How much is that? Is it still crazy? Is it like 10 grand a year? Course fees. Let's see. Woo! God damn. For Loughborough University BA Honours Industrial Design course, the fees vary. Undergraduate fee for UK students is 9 grand a year. 30k for international students. Placement. If taking optional placement year in industrial design, the tuition fees are heavily reduced for percentages. Okay, cool. That's pretty good. I kind of want to go to Loughborough University and see if I can get back into this industrial design course, you know, and see what I go on. See what I go on. You get me? 3 years full time, 4 years of placement year. God damn, 10,000 a year, you know. Funding. UK students 10 grand. 20% of the placement fee. Oh yeah, additional cost. About this course, our industrial design course will equip you with knowledge and undergraduate skills to develop the future facing products through embracing creative exploration and independent judgment. Designed for students who are already confident in their career trajectory towards becoming an industrial designer, this is a great option for those who want to develop the skills necessary. The course embraces creative exploration, use of wide range of skills, technologies, and design practices. God damn, yeah, I might have to go back there and check it out. But yeah, what the person's saying is true. Being a great industrial designer is very different from being a great automotive designer. That's for sure. Industrial designer Loughborough. Let's see what it's saying here quickly.
When I was at school, I was very interested in sort of art and design. So it was really trying to think, how can I turn this into a career, or where would I actually go in the future with this passion? I decided industrial design route was more for me. There's a huge focus on how products look, user experience. Looking at the degree show, I was amazed by their final year projects, and yeah, it's quite surreal seeing that I'm now in my final year doing my final major project as well.
Bring up her.
It's definitely exceeded my expectations of how much I thought I was going to learn. In first year, they go through everything back to the basics of sketching and teaching you all the softwares, so everyone's able to get up to sort of a similar standard, which is great. So the facilities are great at Loughborough, and it really gives you that broad option to use whatever you feel is appropriate. You've got big open spaces where there's lots of collaboration. They're great for sketching, ideating, working in teams. It was really nice to come.
Yeah, but I might have to go. I might have to go back to uni now at some point. You know, once I get this fucking streaming thing set up and I'm comfortable and shit, and I stack that fucking paper, might have to go back to Loughborough and do a little bit of industrial design. You know what I mean? Come out of there, maybe get an MA and some other creative practice, open my little studio up and start wearing turtlenecks like I'm Samuel Ross. Big up Samuel Ross. I might have to cut my hair bald. I might have to shave my hair bald and start wearing turtlenecks like I'm Samuel Ross, bro. Pull up my trousers nice and tight and high and shit. Start wearing fucking tabbies all the time. I might be in this vibe. Fuck the fucking streetwear, fuck the fashion, fuck the techno. Let's be industrial designers.
To a campus university where everything's not too far from each other. So I think it's very easy to make friends, especially on campus, and everyone is really friendly. There's lots of time scheduled in the week for workshops with the lecturers, and they'll come around and sort of catch up with you, see how you're progressing with the module, and it's a really great chance to ask any questions and get some feedback on your work, see how you're doing, and their advice has always been really useful and helped me to get out of any design block that I was stuck in. Loughborough really encourages placements, and just finishing my placement, I definitely understand why. It's a great insight to the industry and just really helps you to understand what you might want to do after university. Loughborough has great connections to lots of different companies, and being a Loughborough student holds a lot of value to some placements as well.
So yeah, anyone that's designing in these type of courses probably could design a lot of great customer facing products, but probably not going to be the best designers in terms of cars. Anyway, Dr. Raphael Zammit, chair of the transportation design at the College of Creative Studies in Michigan, explained that industrial design and automotive design are two very different disciplines. The skills from one do not consistently translate to the other. Johnny Ive's Apple iPhone design made the physical iPhone disappear. Zammit said, and was 100% appropriate for the digital communication device that you hold in your hand. But a Ferrari is not an iPhone. A Ferrari is, and again, why does it take regular people to say that? Why wasn't there anybody in the Ferrari team that would have said, hey, if we're going to get Love From to the, maybe they could have designed it in collaboration with, okay, Love From does the interior, then we get an actual automotive design company to focus on the outside, and they kind of like, or maybe they just collaborate together. Maybe, I mean, maybe it's going to be too many chefs in the kitchen, but maybe you do it in conjunction with Love From and another, you know, automotive design studio, and they work together on it so that Love From does the interior design, which is more like a producty, customer facing thing, because the interior is fucking sick. I think the Ferrari Luce interior is 10 out of 10, personally, in my opinion. With the buttons and the steering wheel design and the shape of the car seats, and it just looks beautiful. But the exterior is like dog shit. So that's where they really fucked up. But you know, what do I know? Ive's Apple iPhone. Ferrari's decision to hire Love From was a choice with a built-in logic. Zammit argued, Ive is a brand. When you hire Brad Pitt, you expect to get Brad Pitt. The interior of Luce has been praised for its blend of analog and digital touchpoints, but the interior language would likely be much more at home in a small premium city car. No, I don't think that's true. Really? He says the interior wasn't good. He had it such as a Ferrari 500 or Cinquecento, not a sports supercar. Really? I quite like the interior of the Luce. Maybe it's just me. I really liked it. The Ferrari Luce interior. Raw. Even this guy is saying the interior isn't that great. I think the interior is a 10 out of 10, personally. I think they actually literally killed the interior. Like, that's a really beautiful, beautiful interior, I think. Especially for a modern day. To have those tactile buttons and that steering wheel design. that touchscreen, the way that it looks, the dials, the the aircon, fucking whatever. But yeah, okay. A Fiat 500, you know. That's so disrespectful. Oh, look at all the years, actually, over the years. I don't know. I quite like this. Ferrari shares fell about 8% in Milan and 5.3% in New York after the unveiling, and hovered around that level through Wednesday, with analysts citing a mix of design hate and investor concerns about the R&D costs and the return on investment. Despite the public blowback, Ferrari CEO Benedetto Vigna said on Thursday that interest was strong in the Luce. It's of course because it's a new car, it's a new thing, innit? Especially with new customers, and the stock has since risen. Stephanie Brinley, automotive analyst at S&P Global Mobility, said that the blowback was intensified as a direct result of the economic political movement. But you know what's really funny though? I said the Purosangue is a better car, but I don't think I've seen one on the streets of London. Obviously, I've seen one online, the Purosangue, but maybe it's just like maybe the appetite for Ferraris isn't where it was, because the Purosangue is Ferrari's like SUV, right? It's like their version of like a Lamborghini Urus. But I don't think I've ever seen one on the streets. Legit, I don't think I've ever seen one outside. Never. And that's, you know, I'm in London. You see loads of cars everywhere, loads of luxury cars, but I don't think I've ever seen one. So I'm wondering, like, this I think is a far better designed car. I don't ever see it. I'm curious if we're actually gonna see the Luce around the streets. Will we actually see a Luce on the streets? Or people just like, you know what I mean? Like, because you don't even see these. You legitimately don't even see the fucking Purosangue, and that's a pretty decent car, I think, looks wise. Back to the article. Just look at that, man. Look at that. Oh, God almighty. A moment of collective trolling. The design criticism has come from far and wide, including harsh words from Italian officials and even the former president of the chairman of Ferrari. It's even spread beyond automotive media, Wall Street, and landing on the general cultural sites, political accounts, and feeds with no particular interest in cars. Luca di Montezemolo, the former president of Luce, the former president of Ferrari. Oh, really? Said, oh, so that was the former president of Ferrari that was saying that. God damn, that old guy is the former president of Ferrari saying that with his full chest. Jesus Christ. The Luce risks destroying a myth, adding, I hope they at least take the prancing horse from the other car, or from that car. Italian Transportation Minister Matteo Salvini echoed the sentiment. Ferrari declined to comment. Competitors of the supercar world were watching. Lamborghini CEO Stefan Wilkerman, without commenting directly on the Luce, said his company's decision to cancel its EV plans and focus on plug-in hybrids was the right way to go. Oh yeah, true. That's a good point. A lot of those cars brands are deciding to cancel it because they're saying it's not worth it, really. All the money and time that goes into it, only to produce a car that's going to have like 200 miles range, and it's going to be way too expensive. So they'd rather just focus on having hybrids if they're going to go down that EV route, which makes sense as well. The right thing to do, adding that the innovation should not be made on its own sake or force on consumers or customers. Among automotive designers, the criticism was no less blunt. It is brutally bland, actually. It really does look as if it was designed by AI. It's like a mathematical averaging of many different themes, Zamet said. So Zamet is really laying it in, bro. Zamet is like, he's not playing games. It's almost alarmingly vacant of identity. That's a brilliant line. That's a great way to describe the car. It's almost alarmingly vacant of an identity. Let's go back to what MKB has to say. I'm curious to see what he has to say.
A Ferrari and a lot of other EVs. Size-wise, because I haven't actually seen this next to another car yet, but it feels like it's about the same size as a Purosangue, for example, which is their SUV or FUV. But proportionally, it's very different because it takes more advantage of the electrical packaging. The driver is more forward since there's no V12 sitting up there pushing you back, and the passengers are further back because you can just do that and you push them into the trunk space a little bit. And so the same wheelbase, or a slightly longer wheelbase, has way more interior room. So this is more friendly for actual large groups of people. But you know what? It's time to get into the driver's seat because I'm sure you...
So it's actually bigger than the Pro Sangue, basically. Inside, it looks like. Because the Pro Sangue does look kind of cramped, not going to lie. I like the Pro Sangue. I'd obviously get it. I think I'd probably get a Urus over it. But the Pro Sangue is actually smaller, cabin size on the inside than the Luce. Weird, isn't it? Also, why design that? Why not just make it look like an SUV then? I guess you can't because I don't know. Whatever.
I've been wondering what it's like to sit and drive a Luce. And this is that interior that we've seen.
I don't know. I love the interior, man. Look at the steel griddle fucking foot pedals. I think they did a good job with in terms of a newer interior of a car. I think they did a really good job in terms of mixing the analog and the digital. The rough with the smooth. Like, that looks beautiful, personally. I think that looks really well done. But it doesn't matter because the exterior is so fucking ugly.
So much about, seeing all those teasers about. I'm going to do my best with the camera work with the DJI Osmo here, but all metal, leather, and glass everywhere.
Also, MKBHD, chill out with the camera. I know they didn't let you fucking bring your massive red camera in there, but all you need you to do is pick up the footage. It's okay. He's so bothered about, oh, my camera's my camera. I need a DJI. He's like, for him, this is like using an iPhone 1. For MKBHD, because he's got so much good gear, right? He's got such great equipment. For him using this DJI thing is like, this is like torture for him, isn't it? Hopefully I pick up everything because this camera, brother, is perfectly fine. Honestly, I promise you, it's perfectly fine.
Real tactile controls and just a little bit of that retro future look. And
yeah, I like this,
really
man.
like.
I like
so
this,
there's
man.
a ton of quirks and features and
Those
weird
little
touches that I'm
tactile
going to show you.
buttons.
First things first, this is the key. You've seen the rectangular Ferrari key before.
This is pretty cool.
It's got on the back, the lock, the unlock, and the business end, which opens the trunk. And then this right here is where you put the key. There's actually a little bit of a magnet back there. And so this display, which has a light behind it, will actually go out as you put the key over it. It magnetizes in place, and then you push it in, which then begins initiating startup sequence on displays.
That's a hard way to start the car. The exterior is fucking shit, but that's a fucking hard way to start a car. Come on, bros. Come on, brothers and sisters, my fellow viewers and listeners. This is a pretty cool way to start a car. A little magnetized key fob that you place on the fucking prancing horse, and then it fucking sinks in, and then the screen of the horse turns into the flag colors, and you have the come on.
Will actually go out as you put the key over it.
So cool.
It magnetizes in place, and then you push it in, which then begins an initiating startup sequence on the displays in the car, and sort of welcomes you to the Luce.
Yeah.
There is no big V12 to turn on and come to life and roar. The only way for you to know that you've started up the Luce, since there is no on-off button, is to push that key into place and watch that animation welcome you to the car. So first things first, these displays look really good. One of the things I've asked about and thought about on my podcast is how are they going to manage having these real displays?
Anyway, you get the point. Go back to the review. Move on from this bit. There's a lot that critics hate about the Luce. The stance, the proportion, for example, are all wrong for Ferrari, which is known for its lithe and aggressive lines. The front end of the vehicle is generic. Even the air vent over the front glass, a video of the executives showing the car to Pope Leo, demonstrates that you can pass your entire arm through it. It is not a sports car. It's not a city electric. It's not really luxury, says Zamet. Zamet is going in. It seems like they might have gotten a little bit snowed or oversold by Loveform. The strategy is very muddy because of what they're doing versus what they're saying on different parts of the vehicle. By the way, muddy is also the way that people describe AI. Muddy is also the way people describe anything that's designed with AI, especially music. Whenever you produce something with AI, with like Sonon or Sonar, whatever that fucking app is that people use, you do get this kind of like muddy amalgamation, whatever noise. It's got that kind of sounds like music, but isn't really music. So that's probably what you're getting here. It's like a visual representation of mud. A play for China. Ferrari may have ulterior motives in its design choices. The company has been open about the wanting to expand its presence in China, where electric vehicles are mainstream. Large gasoline-powered cars fare a significant taxation, and many Chinese vehicles look a lot like Ferraris. Chinese buyers have typically accounted for around 10% of Ferrari's overall sales, but that share has declined in recent years. The Luce, with its largely glass surfaces, minimal maximal interior, and polarizing exterior, reads less like a Ferrari and more like a something designed to compete in a market where China's domestic brands. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe this is specifically designed to compete against I forgot the brand. They've got a fucking brand. That's it. Sorry, they've got a brand in China that does really great electric cars, but they look a certain way. They're very bulbousy and whatever. So maybe they wanted to compete with those type of cars on that type of market more so, which again is crazy. If that calculation, but then it makes sense though, because I guess they probably do design some of their cars for like the Dubai crowd and the fucking Miami. So maybe this is not too far fetched. If that calculation sounds familiar, it should. BMW spent the better part of a decade enlarging its kidney grills to proportions that drew near universal mockery in Western markets. BMW design chief Adrian van Hooydonk eventually acknowledged plainly, in certain areas of the world like China, it is good. People are still asking for big grills. So they literally designed those ugly fucking grills on their cars specifically to appeal to a Chinese audience. Can't you do something in the middle? Can't you appease people in Asia and also give us in Western Europe something that we would want to drive? BMW has since moved on with its new class design language, a global reset intended to resonate everywhere rather than optimize for one market. Thank God. The lesson most automakers learned from BMW's move was that when a brand built a specific emotional identity because of an abrupt pivot towards a different buyer, the original audience notices and immediately and tends to take it personally. But that's very true. Like, if you've built BMW out to be the brand that it is, it's because of the universal design language that we all get and we all fell in love with, right? There are people in South Africa who are obsessed with BMW just as much as people are in Europe. That's because of BMWs looking like BMWs, not because they are specifically trying to appeal to a Johannesburg crowd. Like, come on, man. A Pretoria crowd, come on. Benedetto Vigna, a former semiconductor industry executive, took over Ferrari. Semiconductor industry executive is taking over Ferrari 2021. Okay. And described the Luce as a leapfrog moment in the company's history. A semiconductor industry executive. Oh, okay. Interesting choice. Saying that considers himself fortunate to be leading through it. Ugh. What? Famous last words. That conviction may be well placed on the engineering side, but whether the physical design lives up to the Ferrari's badge is another question. The anonymized Ferrari. Ferrari's whole culture functions as a signal, as a provocation, an investment, and depends on being unmistakably true to itself, its heritage, and most importantly, its design. When you remove the engine, the most emotionally resonant element in a Ferrari's history, you have to replace it with something compelling. Zamet points out again, big up Zamet, the Luce design doesn't do. That's a very good point. Once you take out that vroom, 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 you need something else. You need something else. And we saw it already. Like, do you see how fucking beautiful what's it called? What music video was that? What video was that where Drake does the jig is up? What video? Drake jig is up lyrics. Because you saw the front, he's got an F40 in it. He's got the F. Is Janice shut the fuck up? Okay, so on the video of Janice shut the fuck up, you see Drake in his garage with a couple of fucking Ferraris in his personal collection, and the vibes that it emits just from looking like, god damn, the vibes alone, like, wow, man, wow. Drake, what's that? Drake, Janice, STFU, right? Look at this. You already see it from the vibe. It's been so long since you taste. It's been so long. Let me just start fast forward it because it's gonna look at the. You can already tell. Like, that's the design language that you need. From the back, the angle. Look, you could like beautiful fucking, like, god damn, his collection of cars, man. And the thing, he doesn't really show the stuff off. Oh my god, is that 5? Oh, did you see 5 there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ferraris. Jesus. All in red as well, by the way. All in red. in his underground garage. Look at that, so cool looking. Don't get me wrong, Drake's outfit here is fucking horrible, as it usually is, right? Drake, for the most part, I don't think can dress that well. It's just one of these things, and everyone has to have like a little flaw. I think one of these flaws that he generally just doesn't dress that well. I actually really like him in suits. In tracksuits. I think Drake largely looks pretty decent when he's wearing tracksuits, but when he tries to like dress, like, it's shocking. But the cars are the cars, isn't it? Look at the cars. The cars are the cars. You can't deny the cars are the fucking cars. So yeah, Zamet is right about that. When you remove the engine, the most emotionally resonant element of Ferrari's history, you have to replace it with something compelling, Zamet points out. And Luce's design doesn't do that. Despite the design flop, Zamet, careful to separate it from the brand's long-term health, calling it a bit of a stumble, both in concept and execution, but said Ferrari had too strong of a record to be permanently damaged. One thing is clear, in the face of all the negative coverage, in trying to signal a new era of Ferrari, the Luce has made everyone suddenly more interested in the old one. That's a very good point. Anytime a new Ferrari comes out, people always do it anyway. But yeah, Luce is not the greatest car in the world, unfortunately, and the price is just like, oof. That price is scary, boy. That price is scary. And yeah, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Like, even this article here from the Guardian, right? How can you have a Ferrari without any vroom? Just looking wise, I don't know how they, like, internally, how they can go from designing cars like that and then put out a car that looks like that. It's just like, I get it, it's a different design proposition and it's harder to do and blah 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 blah, but like, that is not that doesn't have anything to do with, like, huh? Like, god damn, guys, god fucking damn, like what is actually going on? Turns out you can polish the Luce EV just not into a Ferrari. It's like a body kit. Someone put like a body kit on it, right? This is from Car Scoops. There's a question worth asking before anyone reaches for the carbon fiber, which is whether the new Ferrari Luce EV can be saved. We have our doubts, but the aftermarket, never one to wait for permission, has already started sketching out ways to rework the design of Ferrari's controversial 5-seater. These renderings come from Venom, a tuner based in the UAE that sells wide section of body kits for exotic cars, including the likes of the Ferrari Purosangue, the Rolls-Royce Wraith, and soon will unveil a wide body Bugatti Chiron. Really? Wow, I'm curious to see that. They're transforming the new Luce they've imagined in with a slew of new body panels, and while it looks aggressive, it better resembles a riced out Japanese sedan than fitting a Ferrari back. Riced out. The modifications start with the front, where the Venom have crafted a carbon fiber splinter from the EV, as well as a pair of carbon fiber candles. It also sports a flared out front wheel, arches, a rock of set carbon side skirts, and air outlets on the front doors. The rear also is much better looking. Isn't much better looking. In addition to the flared arches, Venom has added a fixed flared wing. I don't know. Does it actually help the way it looks? Does it actually help? It kind of does, but it's still not Ferrari, you know? It kind of looks like a Nissan or something, you know? Like from the top. You remove that badge, you wouldn't think it was a Ferrari, you know? You cover the badges, you wouldn't think it was a Ferrari. Maybe, again, maybe the color plays a big role, but I think the design is just too boxy, it's too squared off, you know? Maybe that's the whole problem with it. But it does improve it slightly, that body kit, I'm not going to lie. So it'll be interesting to see once the UAE heads get a hold of theirs, will they actually make this car more appealing? The people who maybe the Ferrari customer brand wouldn't want to actually have the car might end up actually making the car look better. But yeah, carbon fiber everywhere. Carbon fiber everywhere. I want to hear his last thoughts. What's MKBHD's last thoughts? Let's go back to the end of the video. What did it say? What are his last thoughts?
At this point, I'm marveling of the interior quality in this car.
Yeah, there we go, the interior.
Speakers, I want to hear how they sound. I suspect they'll sound pretty good, but I mostly only just know speaker position. Driving-wise, it can be pretty quiet and chill in its most chill driving setting with the windows up.
Spending $500,000 on the car and saying the driving experience is chill is not the one. That's not the one. You know, that is not the one. Ferrari will not be happy about that. Like, all that work you got into it, all that money, all that research, all that R&D, and then yeah, the driving experience is chill.
Because there isn't any extra fun noise. The extra fun noise is just in performance mode. Stay tuned for the driving video. So overall, okay, there is clearly a lot going on here that is brand new, unique to this Ferrari and never before seen. And to that end, it doesn't really have a comp. I was thinking about other cars I could possibly compare this to, and in the performance department, it might be close to something like a Lucid Air, but in the size department, it's much closer to that Purosangue / Urus / mid-size crossover type thing. But it doesn't drive anything like any of those things, so it's really hard to come up with a comp for this, which is where you get to the price being extremely high. It's a Ferrari. That was never going to be a question. But I'm very curious what you guys think of this new Ferrari.
So yeah, MKBHD is unsure from what it sounds like. It sounds like he's very, very, very unsure about what he sees there. But let's see how it plays out, innit? Let's see how it plays out. Cool. Let's continue. Big up everybody tuning in, by the way. Smash like, hit subscribe if you're here. Smash like, hit subscribe if you're here. Do not waste any time. Smash like, hit subscribe. As I told you before, we're doing a 30-day streaming marathon every single day for the month of June. This is day 1 of 30 on the Tazs show. We're going to do day 1 of 30 on the random show later on tonight. So make sure you're here. We're going to do 30 days. We're going to try hit 500 members for both channels. It's going to be a hard one to do. Maybe harder on here because this is a higher membership account than membership start than random show. Random show, I think membership starts at like $1, and obviously they go up from there. But here there's only one tier at $4.99 or whatever it is. So yeah, it might be a bit harder, but we're still gonna go for it. Doesn't matter how hard it is, we're still gonna go for it. So we get a membership either on here, on the random show, or on fucking Kick channel, where I'm also streaming live. Big up everybody on there as well, and you can get access to obviously everything that I do, and other members only fucking streams and shit, innit? So big up everybody tuning in. June membership, subathon, whatever drive, and next 30 days is happening right here. Be square, like, subscribe, share with your friends and family. That'd be greatly appreciated, of course. Kai. Continuing on. Big up Supreme. Supreme have announced the launch of a new Jordan brand collaboration that's dropping this Thursday. This Thursday will be some new Supreme and Jordan are dropping. Close to Supreme's website says Supreme has worked with Jordan on a new collection of spring 2026. So a new brand of Jordan collection is dropping through 2026. There's also meant to be a Martin Rose Supreme design dunk coming out. There's also a Martin Rose X Supreme collection coming out soon. There are some rumors that there might be a Gucci and Supreme thing coming soon, because remember Supreme were meant to collaborate with Demna Balenciaga, but that got cancelled because of the whole like kitty diddling stuff, right? But they did see a show recently where James Jebbia went to the show in New York with his family, the daughter that's in the lookbook sometimes, and another, I think he's got a daughter and a son, it looks like, right? So James Jebbia, the founder of Supreme, was at Demna's resort collection show for Gucci the other day, and people are suggesting that there might be a Gucci and Supreme collaboration happening soon. And like I said earlier, rumors of a Martin Rose Supreme collaboration also coming, where they're doing it on a pair of shoes, Nike Dunks, and obviously this Jordan collaboration as well. So loads of collabs coming for Supreme in the next few weeks. You see what this is about. Me personally, because I don't play basketball. I don't really care about all this Jordan brand stuff clothing. I never have. I'm not gonna lie. I never have cared about Jordan brand clothing at all. I only care about the shoes. That's it. Even the jersey, maybe I don't really. But the clothing, the Jordan brand, the lifestyle thing, I've never resonated it whatsoever. I don't get it. It's not for me. Leather jacket thing, okay, I guess 23 on the back. It doesn't really do nothing for me. I'm not gonna lie. It's not as mythical as for some people. It doesn't really hold that much social place. The tracksuit again, don't care. Red Jumpman logo on the back. Maybe the pink one's fairly decent. The pink and red one's okay, right, in terms of color blocking and stuff. But again, walking down the street with a fucking Supreme track jacket on that has like a Jordan brand logo and Supreme, I don't know. There's something about it looks very, very shit. There's something about it that looks very, 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 very shit. And very kind of corny. I'm not really for it at all. Is he wearing a pair of Jordan? Oh, is that a new collaboration? I don't know. Those are a pair of Jordan 6s with the fucking 3M piping. I don't remember seeing them anywhere. Interesting. But yeah, there's some 3M piping on the tracksuits again. The badge. The jersey's okay. The jersey's not too bad, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of fuck with the jersey. I kind of don't mind the 23 jersey. I'm not gonna lie, especially that pink. The jersey's actually not too shabby. I'd wear this. I'd probably wear that. That pink outfit I'd probably wear. I'd probably wear that pink. That'd actually be a really good carnival fit, I'm not gonna lie. That should be a pretty decent carnival fit, especially with the fucking go full mixy McMatchy. Go full Mr. McMatchy McPherson with that Jordan brand Supreme jersey in pink and the shorts. Match it up with the pair of Jordan 6s Awake collaboration in that bubblegum pink that's meant to be coming out. That Pepto-Bismol pink Jordan 6s from Awake. That might be a sick look, man. Bit crazy matchy, but yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really care. Jordan brand collaboration stuff like this, I don't really give a fuck about. I'm not gonna lie. The tracksuit's pretty decent, I'm not gonna lie. Tracksuit's really fucking well designed. It's kind of giving me Cortez in a way. I wonder if Clint actually helped to design this. There's actually a lot of like Cortez vibes about this. Wrangler sleeve, the piping, the pocket placement. There's something very Clinty about this particular track jacket and the tracksuit in general. I think they did a really good job with this one. I'm not gonna lie. They killed it on a pair of tracksuits. And obviously the jersey, especially in this pink colorway, is fairly hard. Maybe it should also come in an olive green. It's available in blue, pink, and black. Maybe it should have been also available in like a green, like a khaki. I don't know. Either way, dropping on the 6th. Check out if you're that way inclined. It's dropping on the 6th. Check it out if you're that way inclined. It's dropping on the 6th. Continuing on. Hey yo, RIP Trapstar, man. I'm not happy about this news at all. RIP Trapstar. I'm not happy about this news at all. On the timeline, people have been talking about this for the last few days. Trapstar has gone into insolvency, bankruptcy, basically. They're one of the originators. I feel like one of the OGs when it comes to like prominent streetwear brands in London, especially from that kind of quote unquote urban perspective. But I feel like they walked so fucking Cortez or Cortez could run. Trapstar were about from the time that I was on the scene. I'm not gonna lie. I think they kind of launched the same time that I was working at bloody 1948 Nike and Shoreditch. And again, I was never the biggest fan of the brand. I didn't really fuck with it aesthetically at all. It's nothing that I would ever wear. But you have to rate how they built it from the beginning. Big up Mikey from Trapstar. And the origins of how they brought it up, and you know, tapping into the local community and getting fucking artists to wear it and making it into a bit of a movement and having it be a lifestyle, and it kind of signified way more than what the clothes were. And the Trapstar thing was like a lifestyle, it was like an identity, it was everything, right? And for them to be in a position now where they're going through insolvency is really fucking sad. It's really fucking sad, man. Given the work that they've done over the years, the people they've put on, the fact that they put on for London in such a big way, Europe in such a big way, in terms of hip hop and urban stuff in general, music wise, it's really sad to see how it's gone. And I'm hoping this is just a case of one of those things where we just underestimate how much it must cost to run a fashion business. Not just like a hobby you do out of your bedroom, but to actually run a successful fashion business. We really, myself anyway, probably don't understand just how hard it is, just how expensive it must be, you know, just how fucking time consuming it must be also. So maybe that might be the reason. Maybe it just they just run out of money. They just run out of money to keep the brand going, keep the lights on, and in a position where they have to kind of get into bankruptcy or whatever, insolvency, for bills to be paid and for them to be able to move on. I'm not too sure, but it's a real sad end to Trapstar. I didn't ever think Trapstar would ever end. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was just gonna be one of those kind of namesake brands that ends up being like a Maharishi. I legitimately thought Trapstar could end up being a Maharishi, a Paul Smith, one of those kind of legacy, that like brand that kind of lives far past its fucking founder. You know. Like Paul Smith, touch wood, doesn't pass anytime soon, but it's not as if Paul Smith goes tomorrow, that the Paul Smith brand ends. Paul Smith is more than just Paul Smith, the designer. Same with Vivienne Westwood. Vivienne Westwood is more than just a designer, right? Same like Tom Ford, and I'm putting Trapstar in weird fucking company, but I feel like Trapstar should be in. They should be able to still be out here doing the thing because they represent a particular voice, a particular community of people in streetwear who are usually not represented that well. And it comes from people in the ends, you know? A lot of these brands, a lot of these new UK brands like Cole Buxton and Represent and stuff, and you know, they represent a certain part of London, certain part of the UK, but it's not the part that Trapstar represents. So that's why they're really important. Even brands like Benja, again, not a fan of the brand aesthetically, what they do, but even a brand like Benja, they represent like a different part, a different community, a different population of the kind of urban diaspora here in London or in the UK. And Trapstar did a certain, you know what I mean? That's why they didn't really overlap. I don't think maybe they'll say differently. Maybe the founders of Benja and Trapstar would say differently. Maybe there's not enough space for both of them. But I feel like they do. I feel like each brand, like something de Beauvoir, that brand that was launched by that fucking kid that was on Love Island, used to be a footballer. That guy that's super rich and, you know, he's always posting stuff online. I forgot his name. He's got a brand called Manière de Dubois, whatever. Even that brand I don't think has any correlation or any crossover with customers with Cole Buxton, with Represent, with fucking Trapstar, with Benja. I feel like all the brands in the UK, for the most part, even a sportswear brand like Gymshark, they all address and supply and fucking talk to a particular group of people. So it's really sad that Trapstar wasn't able to kind of, you know, continue flourishing. So yeah, man, thoughts and prayers go out to them. Hopefully they figure it out, and this isn't the end. And maybe this news puts out the back call, so a lot of other prominent people in the culture might step up and, you know, put some money on the line, take it over. I don't know, something. I mean, Trapstar can't go under, man. Come on, man. This is a London, UK cultural mainstay. I mean, they can't go under. They can't just disappear forever like that. That'd be a real shame if that happens. This courtesy of City AM. Trapstar London clothing brand put up for sale in insolvency marketplace. The London clothing brand has been worn by the likes of Jay-Z and Rihanna, has been put up for sale in the insolvency marketplace, City AM can reveal. Trapstar, which sells luxury streetwear popular with young people, is seeking a buyer to help meet the working capital challenges. The brand, which is founded in 2005, has been worn by artists like Stormzy, Central C, popular. She's got a fucking tattoo of Trapstar across his fucking belly, like it's fucking the Thug Life tattoo from Tupac days. Popularized the drop retail method, in which limited edition collections, oh yeah, true, the drops, very, very good point, I completely forgot about that, released a short notice via social media to generate the hype. Trapstar celebrated a boom in demand during the pandemic. How did that happen then? Like, come on, man. Is this a mismanagement of the brand? What, was Mikey like maybe spending money on things he shouldn't be spending on? This can't be true. How did it fail so quickly in such a short space of time? Trapstar celebrated a boom in demand during the pandemic, which is only a few years ago. The turnover peaking at just under 40 million in 2022, as customers rushed to get their hands on hoodies, tracksuits, and puffer jackets. That's the thing. The puffer jackets were some of the most worn Trapstar items I've seen on the streets than the tracksuits. On God in heaven. Maybe it's on my side of London. I feel like I saw that puffer jacket that they did. That puffer jacket was I don't know if they were all real. It doesn't really matter, because I think, you know, the fact that everyone's wearing it shows that your design was successful and it kind of worked and it's popular. But I saw that puffer jacket everywhere. So how did it go from that to like insolvency so quickly? But in 2023, the profit slid. In a 1 year later, the profit slid to 7.4 mil. But again, profit and turnover is completely different things. To 1.2 million it went from 7.4 profits in 2023 to 1.2 mil in 2024. Sales slumped to 17.7 mil. God damn. Those are massive drops, isn't it? Management have advised the recent revenue decline has primarily been driven by working capital constraints, impacting inventory availability rather than any underlying demand or brand performance. What does that mean? What does that mean? Capital constraints impacting inventory. What does that actually mean? Let me Google this. What does this sentence actually fucking mean? Because I'm so confused what this is all about. Working capital constraints mean your cash is tied up in receivables or payables, leaving you little to liquidity. So what, are they saying that all their money is being paid to the manufacturers and whatever factories that are making their garments, and they can't get that money out because it's all tied in production, but you can't make, no, so maybe they've made some of the payments, they can't get that money out because that payment is committed to production, but then without the money, the capital, they can't make more clothes. This chokes your order fulfillment and limits sale growth and can cause stockouts. To resolve the financial limits and restore inventory availability, use the following operational and financial categories or strategy. Optimize the current inventory. Adapt the 80-20 rule. Identify the 20% of your products that generate 8% of your revenue. Prioritize your available working capital for these high margin goods. Why did they do that? Reduce safety stock gradually. Utilize just-in-time principles alongside reliable demand for forecasting lower cost. Liquidate dead stock, discount obsolete or now moving stock. Yeah, even DSM does that. DSM does fucking liquidating of dead stock as well. Negotiate supplier terms. Improve cash flow velocity, and leverage external financing. I wonder why they didn't do this, or had they tried to do this. So all their money is tied up in production and manufacturing, which is why they can't make more stuff. I don't know. I think there's something fishy going on here. Because how you go from doing 40 million turnover in 2022, suddenly you're only pulling in profits of 1.2 million 2 years later. That seems a bit odd. Continuing. Alongside the direct-to-consumer model of selling clothes via websites and social media, Trapstar also struck deals with top fashion stores, including Oxford department store Selfridges. Come on, man. How do you have a collaboration with something that you're out of business? The business also expanded beyond London with significant sales in Europe and US. According to its latest accounts, Trapstar has 57 employees, while 4 directors were paid a combined 3.6 million in annual revenue. That's maybe your big problem then. The big bosses have to take a pay cut. Come on. You can't be receiving salary when your company, like, you gotta like take the, someone's gotta take the role of the leader and do the whole like, I'm gonna eat last thing and let the company stabilize, get it back on a, you know what I mean, get your head above water, and then you can start paying yourself back later. But if the founders or the owners are still driving around in fucking luxury cars and going to Nobu and shit, that's a bit of a red flag, to be fair. Hope that's not the case. I don't think it is, because I think that Mikey from Trapstar, from the time that I remember of him in the beginning, again, I've not seen this guy in years since, but he always struck me as somebody who's quite business savvy. You know, in the early days, quite business savvy. I don't know if it's changed, but he did strike me like someone that knew how to like work a business. He was never in it for the clout. Always covering his face with his hand and shit and being quite, you know, anonymous and incognito and shit. So I don't know. Hope it's not the case. In 2024, the company said it faced a challenging year for its business, and both customers and our supply chain had to deal with the rising inflation and against the backdrop of an uncertain economic. Like, you can't say that though, because they profited from the benefit of the pandemic. It says in the article. You can't talk on both sides of your mouth. In 2020, whatever, they profited from the pandemic with the sales bump, and now later on, the pandemic hurt us. You got to choose which one it is. We saw an increase in costs, which led to a fall in our operational margins. Our returning customers, in terms of sales value and the number of orders, remain consistent, which continues to reflect our customer satisfaction. Damn, man, honestly, damn. What's that? London Spirit embraces MC. Okay. RIP to Trapstar. Hopefully they figure it out. Hopefully this isn't the end. Hopefully this isn't the end of Trapstar. Hopefully this isn't the end. This is a clip here courtesy of GBMC. Popular UK streetwear brand Trapstar has gone into administration despite generating over 100 million in revenue and receiving high-profile endorsements from celebrities like Jay-Z, Rihanna, Central C, who famously had the logo tattooed across his stomach. Jesus Christ. Hold on, did he have it tattooed across his stomach for the album, or was it already there before the album? Damn, okay. This is him with our hand. Let's see what he has to say here. Little short clip of Central C.
The Trapstar tattoo you had before?
Yeah, I had that.
What made you get a Trapstar tattoo?
Family, innit?
Hard, innit?
For anyone at home that doesn't know what trapping is, oh, what's that relationship like now?
Yeah. We've had that relationship from time, innit? They're from my area, Trapstar way.
So cool.
They're like maybe the only few people that made it from where he's from, innit? So.
And Trapstar's a brand that's been around for.
I was seeing this clip before, but why is he talking so like coyly and so like weirdly about them? One day the first brand, didn't they put the money in behind him, if I'm not mistaken? When he was going through that coloured era, remember when when Century was doing the whole like theme, like the bright colors, like the blues and the yellows for his albums, or for his music. Wasn't it well known that Trapstar were involved in it or something, or financed it or something? Or am I bugging out? I'm not sure if that lore is correct, but I swear that was a big part of his like upcoming. Oh, sorry, he's coming up in the scene. Was that Trapstar were involved and they put some bread behind him? Not everything, but they kind of, you know what I mean? So I wonder why he's talking so like coyly and sheeply and like whatever about them. Did they fall out or something? I wonder. Either way, big up Central C. And we've got this other clip from this other creator. Who this creator called Charmaine. By the way, what's this shaky thing that she's doing here? I don't know if she's trying to make us look at her tits or this is just like a weird thing. What the fuck is this about? When she starts.
Trapstar's entered a...
What is that? Like, what the fuck is that bit at the start? Is she trying to shake her tits, or is she just like, or is this like a TikTok thing that people do to kind of get your attention? It's such a weird thing to do, but you like in your like 90s. It's like, huh? What are you doing that for?
Trapstar's entered administration, and I'm not going to lie, I feel like we need to give a quick moment of respect because Trapstar is one of the most significant urban streetwear brands.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. I said
it. 3 guys from West London took an idea, built a movement, and turned it into a globally recognized...
That's a good point. It is actually a movement. You know, it actually was a movement, and maybe unlike Cortez, where maybe some people don't like Clint too much, they think they kind of think he's a bit, you know, insufferable or obnoxious or whatever, personality wise, that might make it hard for him to wear the clothes. I feel like because Trapstar is so like, do you know what I mean, there's not really a face behind the brand, it's a bit easy to wear and people identify with the name, and you know, it's kind of origins, and your trap, like, everyone's trap can be different. It could be the actual trap. I mean, everyone's kind of got the struggle from the... It's a thing that it kind of represents. So it's kind of sad to see a brand that represents more than just the clothes. The name itself kind of evokes such emotion to go under, you know. Usually, you know, it's the brands that don't have much behind them that kind of go under, but the brand that has such a story, such a legacy, such history is the one to go under. It's kind of sad, but also if they mismanage the finances, like, then you got themselves to blame if that's the case.
As brand, you just had to be there, right? It was identity, it was music, it was aspiration, it was remember the pizza boxes, it was it's a secret, it was the covering of the face, it was a movement. For a generation of young people, seeing Trapstar go from ends to being worn around the world,
very true,
felt like proof that we could build global brands too. So seeing the brand being put up for sale through insolvency process genuinely made me feel sad. But before we rush into the postmortems, I want to shout out Lee, Mikey and Will. What you achieved with Trapstar, incredibly rare. That's
actually good, actually. Well done she's doing this, by the way. It's good that she's posting and being this nice about it. Because let's be honest, the truth of reality is if it got to this position where they're facing insolvency, it's most likely a huge mismanagement of finances. Let's be honest. If it got to this level, I don't know. I don't get the feeling that anybody in Trapstar lives, you know, under their means, let's just say. I very much doubt anybody involved with the founding of Trapstar is living below their means, right? So I think that probably goes to show you what kind of, you know, situation we're in, but it's still sad regardless, you know what I mean? Because this is a legacy. This is like a historical UK urban brand, just a brand in general. Fuck urban brand in general, man. They've been around for ages. They put on for people for time. They were supplying ends with tracksuits before the Nike tech suit became a thing. Before the Nike tech suit, maybe some people would argue the Nike tech suit was somehow influenced by Trapstar. Some people could argue Nike got put in so much investment back into like the, you know, the tracksuit of the YN of choice might have to do with the fact that Trapstar were doing so well with their tracksuits and shit.
Most fashion brands never make it go from local relevance to global recognition, especially not brands born from Black British street culture. Rock Nation partnered with the company, which is an iconic moment. We gagged when Rihanna wore it. We felt proud when Stormzy wore it. I didn't gag. Wore it when Stormzy wore it, when Dave wore it.
Pause. I don't care what Dave or Stormzy wears.
We celebrated when it was in Selfridges.
This I was happy about when they did this.
So what happened? Well, one of the things that this story reminds us is that growth and scale aren't the same thing. A lot of people think that they are, right? But growth is getting bigger and scale is being able to handle getting bigger. And some of the hardest moments in business happen when demand arrives faster than the systems needed to support it. According to reports, Trapstar's turnover reportedly peaked at just under £40 million in 2022, and profit fell from £7.4 million to £1.2 million in 2023, and sales fell to £17.7 million in 2024. Advisors reportedly said that the revenue decline was mainly linked to working capital constraints affecting inventory availability, not underlying demand. And here's the uncomfortable truth. A lot of people online are debating whether Trapstar fell off, but the numbers suggest that the bigger issue may have been whether the business could finance growth, not whether or not the culture still cared. So we need to pay attention to that, right? So in simple English, culture gets attention, but cash flow keeps the lights on. So for me, this story isn't about failure. It's about how difficult it is to build and sustain a global fashion brand. Respect where it's due. Trapstar changed UK streetwear forever. And maybe that's the real lesson from this story. Building a brand is hard. Turning growth into scale is even harder. The question now is whether somebody can recapitalize the business, protect the brand, and write the next chapter of the story.
Hopefully they do, man. It doesn't show if it doesn't go under. It kind of gives you more respect for why brands like Supreme are still around. Even brands like Palace. As much as I fucking hate Palace, it gives you a reason to respect what they're doing, because it's hard to keep that shit going, man. Year in, year out. Keep that shit coming. Keep that shit coming. Fresh ideas. And also forget fresh ideas. Just selling stuff. Just selling things every year is really difficult. You forget that is a fresh or not. It's really hard. So salute to Trapstar. You know, they laid the foundation down. Again, like I said, hopefully this is not RIP. Hopefully this is just like one of those things that, you know, it puts out the bat signal to a lot of business people in the UK, especially from the urban scene, let's say, or from street culture, whatever, who might want to invest, put some money behind it and help to settle the business, keep it afloat, trim some of the fat, and help it to kind of, as this lady says, go into the next chapter, because we need more Trapstars, man. We need a Trapstar anyway, just to stay around, do you know what I mean? Because that kind of shows the kids what you can do, you know? You see a Cortez, you see a Trapstar, I don't know who else is a big brand. You see what Represent are doing, you see what Cole Buxton's doing, you see what Ozba's doing. There's three other brands out here. You can kind of see what direction you can kind of want to go in, what's possible, and everything else may be. And again, appealing to different people. So big up Trapstar. Hopefully they figure it out. Hopefully Trapstar figure it out. Hopefully, fingers crossed, Trapstar figure it out. But I think they will, though, because I did see this post here courtesy of big up George Heaton from fucking Represent. He randomly posted, "What's the deal with Trapstar?" I saw a few posts. So I don't know what this means. Does this mean that Represent are looking to maybe buy Trapstar, absorb it, take it under their wing, use Trapstar as like the, you know, as the ninja sort of like subdivision line or something? I don't know. But, you know, George Heaton and his brother, they run a fucking tight ship over there at Represent. They are growing and building super hard, very well. They're growing in America. They've got their running or activewear brand 24/7. They do this, that's doing bits and bobs as well. So maybe you want to come on board and do some advising. I don't know, but this is a good sign. Do you know what I mean? This is a good sign to see. So hopefully they figure it out, man. Really hoping they figure it out, and Trapstar doesn't go under or anything, because we need it. We need Trapstar, man. We need fucking Trapstar. Was it? They made it. Was everyone say they failed? I don't think they. Cool. But yeah, sad. It's sad, man. It's sad because, like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of what they do. The last thing I saw them do maybe was this I saw on Hypebeast, right? For their, what's that, Spring Summer 2026 collection. This might be the last thing I've seen them do on Hypebeast. I saw. Trapstar revives its Red Line range after a decade for Spring 2025 collection. So I guess Red Line is their like, is that their ready to wear stuff, right? Is that their cut and sew things? A poignant repurposing of enduring pain that pays tribute to the true sensei Nico Trapstar Kubuchik, who passed away halfway through Samurai Inspired Collection. Who's that? Really? Someone called Nico, a part of Trapstar team, died. Really? I didn't know this. I wonder if also this played a part in the brand failing. They're probably dealing with this internally too. Who's that? Who's Nico Kubuchik? I don't remember this guy. Where is he? Is he a part of Trapstar? I don't remember this Nico guy. I'm not gonna lie. I know Mikey and stuff, but I don't remember this guy. Some guy called Nico passed away, unfortunately. Okay. RIP to him. So I wonder if that had a part to play in it. So this is some of the stuff from 2026 Spring Summer Collection. Again, not personally for me, but the kind of person that likes this sort of thing, you know, especially in whatever, you'd be into it. You'd be into this sort of stuff. It's not for me personally, right? But they offer something unique and different out there when it comes to street fashion. I wouldn't even call it streetwear. I would call it street fashion for the most part, because streetwear is like the typical skateboarding hoodies and t-shirts thing. There's a lot of like nice cut and sew motorbike jackets and jeans and leather jackets and shit and belt chains and all this sort of stuff, right? Yeah, some good shit. It kind of looks a little bit like ASAP Rocky shit as well, a little bit. It's kind of like maybe it's the Raf Simons inspired stylings or whatever, but it's something. Oh yeah, there's a guy from what's his name? What's that guy's name again? Bloody Osiris he's wearing the fucking Trapstar T chain that kind of looks a little bit like the Unknown T chain that's got like a knife in it. That chain looks a little bit like the Unknown T. I don't think it is, but it looks a little bit like it. So yeah, hopefully Trapstar figure it out. Hopefully Trapstar figure it out. Hopefully Trapstar figure it out. For the love of God, figure it out, Trapstar. Figure it out. We can't lose you. We can't fucking lose you. I know I can't lose you. So don't go, please. Please, please, please. Okay, talking about don't go. Talking about don't fucking go. Let's talk a little bit about this. Big up Blood Club Berghain. Berghain just this past weekend. It was the garden opening. Obviously, when the gardens open, I want to go so badly, but you know, I gotta wait until whenever I gotta wait until. But there were some people that went there who were at the fucking event, courtesy of the Berghain subreddit, that reported back at some of the past events that had transpired. And the one particular I want to talk about was the one that featured the one and only Gerd Janson, one of my favorite DJs ever. Who kind of, I don't know if he's soft fallen off, or if I'm talking to somebody the other day about, has Gerd Janson been soft cancelled, it feels like, because there's been these rumors, these rumblings in the scene that there could be some stories about Gerd Janson coming out allegedly, supposedly with girls and so. I don't know. Don't ask me for details. I don't know nothing. I'm just a guy that talks shit on the internet. But I have heard some news, some information from people that know more than I would do, that there may be some rumblings of a Gerd Janson cancellation or something. I don't know. Whether it's true or not, who fucking knows? But for now, there's no accusations. There's no nothing, no evidence. So I'm just going to go off just a DJ. Okay? So don't hate me for supporting the guy, so liking, because I still, you know what I mean, running back and him and Jim as a DJ, what he did at Robert Johnson earlier on, and the interviews with Dixon, everything else about him. I've always been a big fan of him. He's been one of my DJ kind of like inspirations, let's say, for lack of a better term. Always kind of looked at what he does and how he plays, how he puts his sets together, the way he carries himself in general, not drinking and looking like a geography teacher and all that sort of shit. I like it, right? And the fact that he started off as being a journalist, you know, reviewer type of guy before he went behind the fucking decks and stuff. And I like that shit. Anyway, there was a running back night at Berghain the other day. And yeah, the lineup was fucking superb. With the exception of Boys Noise. I'm not the biggest fan of Boys Noise. I think Boys Noise he is, in my opinion, quite overrated. I know that's a very controversial thing to say, but I'm that guy when it comes to talking honestly. I'm not the biggest fan of Boys Noise. Production wise, okay, cool, but artist as a DJ, not for me. Anyway, running back night the other day on Friday at fucking Berghain Panorama Bar. You had Gerd Janson opening, Boys Noise, and then following Peril and D-Tron. Peril, I'm wondering what's going on with Peril. I feel like they've tried to make her a thing, but she's never really taken off. I don't know what's going on with Peril. I'd like to know, what's the deal with fucking Peril? Why doesn't Peril ever take off? I feel like they've been trying to make Peril a thing in club culture and dance music for a long time. She's got all the right cosigns and shit. But for whatever reason, people don't seem to give a shit about Peril. Wagwan. Why don't people care about Peril? Why doesn't anyone care about my girl Peril? She's fun. She plays great music. You know, she doesn't take herself too seriously. I don't know. I like her, but for some reason, people don't seem to give a fuck. She could do the splits. Look, she could do the splits. She can do the fucking splits. She can do the splits casually, promoting dates and shit, you know? But people don't seem to give a fuck about her. I don't know why. I don't know what this is about, right? Look at her. She's doing this. DJ Flex. That's a lot, by the way. It's a lot. It's a lot. So there's a lot of, like, you know, somewhat overtly sexual themes going on, but still, you know, she's not a bad looking girl to look at and stuff. But musically, she's fairly decent, but people don't seem to care. I don't know what it is about Perro that hasn't caught on yet. This is her after the set at Berghain, Home Sweet Home, DJ Flex. Thanks for the Unreal Night, Panorama Bar. Felt so good to be back in the booth. So I guess she hasn't played in Panorama Bar for a while, but she was back there for running back. It's her performing last year. Goodbye Summer 2025. It's just me. I had this most emotional, transformative year so far. Starting with full tour, I share soon. Wanted to reminisce the moment past few months of the lovely people who met during the summer. Haha. So it's a big up Perro. I don't know what's going on with her. I don't know why people don't seem to resonate with her, but they don't. But she at least she killed that at Panorama Bar, right? At least she killed it at Burger Panorama Bar. Let's see if we can find any clips of her performance or maybe one post uploaded to see if anything from the recent Friday.
I know I should sleep, but the
Nope. Anything from Friday? Oh, is that fucking thingamajiggy, right? Yeah, that's Boy's Noise. Not the biggest fan of his, but there's him. Yeah. Oh, that looks good though. Whatever that is, wherever he got that looks fucking delicious. Does he give an ID on it? Well, I guess we'll have to find out later. Anything else here? Is that the Panorama Bar to liner? Nope. That's some thingy. Do we have any clips or anything of the girl? What they played there 3 days ago? No. Okay, cool. We got nothing from those guys because Gerd Janson also doesn't post on Instagram, so we don't have nothing from him. So we've got no idea what went down. So in that regard, we may have to do another one. Okay, cool. Let's do this. Let's change over. And let's go to the actual subreddit. So Berghain Community subreddit, they posted actually some feedback from the night. They said the 2000s pop playlist at the garderobe is such a vibe. I'm low-key about to start a dance floor here. Shout out to whoever is curated. Oh yeah, big up whoever did that, but that's great. That's great that they have a fucking playlist playing. Did they have music playing last time I went? Oh yeah, they do. No, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think every time I've been to Berghain have I seen or heard anybody in a cloakroom with a little stereo. Usually they feed whatever the sound is coming through in the main comes through there. But I guess they've got their own little sound system there. That's pretty cool, by the way. Was it? To be honest, Kita was lacking here. The running back release last year was the best release of 2025. Some people scattered around waiting for opening. Lau has a queue. Got in. Obvious rejections. Cool running back bracelet. Was it? Was it a running back bracelet? What was that? Running back bracelet. Was it this one? Is it Record? Such a good song. Such a good song. Next, ooh, when was this? Midday. Wait a minute. Dun dun dun. Moshak back to back with fucking Radio Slayer. That's gonna be a barnstorm. I wish I could be in Berlin for then. Wish I could be in Berlin from there. Next stop, Berghain. Is that already gone? Is that already gone by them? Is that date already gone by? Let me just double check this. Is that date already gone by? That running back night seems fun. Slave. Is he on here? Oh yeah, sorry. Okay, so it's this Saturday. Ah, that night's already gone. So it's this Saturday. That was this Saturday. Damn. So Radio Slave, let's see what Radio Slave was doing actually. Radio Slave was out there. Let's see what Radio Slave has got on his stories. Does he post much? Boppity boppity ba.
Okay.
Tune. We got man like Radio Slave. We got man like Radio Slave out here doing the damn thing. Love to see it. Right, it's been 20 years already. Big up Records. It's been 20 years already. Okay, fair play, fair play. Big up Records. Let's go back to the thread. Just one comment. Anyone who enjoys Prime Gerd Janson and who missed this opening should regret it much. He ended with DJ Jedi dancing with a speaker and moving through smoothly to Cosmic Gate, The Truth 2.0, to Chris Frontier and Nilko. All I got was simply a masterclass. No words. Very long shot, but any chance of ID the song got 05, which was a powerful acid song. I was too busy dancing to Shazam. Some IDs, but not all of them. There's some IDs on there. Interesting how Gerd can deconstruct a song and slow down version of Ace by Isaiah was a great. Yeah, he does that really well, by the way. He's very underrated in that respect, Gerd Janson. I think Dixon also does the same thing. Stripping back a song with I think Dixon does it with edits. Gerd Janson does it with his DJing, where he's able to kind of like isolate certain pieces, slow them down, mix that. Oh, so good. What a lineup, exactly. Tell me you know Trent Reznor without telling me, but my ears, but please, my ears. Okay, what a nice vibe. Does anyone know the track Gerd Janson played around 1 AM? Very girly, very dancey. Just with the vocals, See You Move, This Is All I Got. D-Tron delivered a real good house set. This was fun. Thanks to everybody that came. Gerd Janson played U2 Icon. Anyone else surprised? €20. So yeah. Fucking brilliant, man. Wish I was there. It seemed an absolute fucking blast. It seemed like an absolute freaking blast. Big up Gerd Janson, one of the best DJs out there. One of the best DJs out there. Love to see it. Love to see it. Love to fucking see it. Okay, moving on. A new 7,000 capacity warehouse venue is coming to London Ironworks. That's right, a new 7,000 capacity arena is coming, or stadium, sorry, warehouse is coming to London. A new large-scale warehouse venue is landing in East London this autumn for one of the teams behind delivery of Printworks. Ironworks is set to open in a disused warehouse in the Row Docks this October, with a capacity of 7,000 people, adding to the development of the Thames Wharf site. Again, I don't think we need more 5,000 plus capacity spaces. We just need a ton more under 1,000 capacity spaces. We probably need 2 in each fucking side of London. We probably need like, not even 2, 5 more. Let's say 5. Let's be greedy. We need 5 sub 1,000 capacity venues in North, East, South and West London. That's what we need for a healthy clubbing ecosystem, whatever else it may be. We need more of those, less of these 7,000 plus capacity things. So it's like, you can only book a certain level of a DJ, and after that it just becomes a little bit like, oh my god, so boring. The venue is being developed by placemaking organization Project and London Warehouse Project. We're always London Warehouse events, sorry. We're always at the fucking center of all these events, right? They've been killing it since, you know, owls all about in the scene. So big up LWE, whose co-founders have been responsible for the events of London venues at Turn Mills, Great Suffolk Street, and Tobacco Dock. Ironworks will feature an open-air terrace overlooking the River Thames, on-site, formerly home to the 19th century shipyard. The warehouse space will play host to an initial 6 shows in October, with a full lineup to be announced in June. LWA promises to welcome some of electronics' biggest, most sought-after. Of course, it's always going to be the same thing. Always the biggest names, never any one local, never red. That's just whatever. Who cares? Same old fucking faces, really. The venue itself takes over the disused space, which operators say is developed for the future, a cutting-edge sound and lighting visual production. How cutting edge and sound will be, you have to see it to believe it, while bringing forward the building's history. Ironworks will also host immersive shows with confirmed takeovers from the Museum of Youth Culture, who represent a visual installation at the venue exploring London warehouse culture. LW said it was working with local developers, creatives, and businesses to complement the local community, or offer dedicated ticket access to nearby residents, as well as opportunities for employment and independent future. What about people playing on the stage, though? You can have people do street food trucks and shit, but what about the people playing, the artists? How about that? Find out more about the event venue here. Check out the first look pictures down below. So yeah, another big warehouse with more space. I don't know how well they're gonna be able to sound insulate a space like this, by the way. Might not be the greatest sound installation, but hey, I get to wait and see when it happens. Overlooking, across the road, across the river, from the Millennium Dome, from the O2 or whatever. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But I am not feeling optimistic in the slightest. New Leeds venue Mint XL reveals first look pictures of this 2,500 capacity club. That's better. More 1,000 to 2,500, more. Less 5,000 plus. We don't need that shit. There's too many of them already. Let's continue. Brand new Leeds venue, Mint XL, which comes from the team behind the city's beloved Mint Club, has revealed a series of first look photos of the space. I like it. Mint Club, Mint XL. Yeah, Mint XL is the biggest one. So if you want to get bigger artists to play in Leeds and you can't have them, maybe Mint Club is too small and you can't make the money back on tickets, you put them in Mint XL. I like what they did there. Or just in general, the art is building up in that kind of area. If they end up growing and end up becoming big ticket sellers, and put them in XL. Originally slated to open it as a 2,000 capacity venue, owners have now confirmed it will hold an additional 500 and will debut this autumn in the heart of the city. I'm probably going to go for the opening of this. I've always wanted to go to Leeds anyway. I'm definitely going to go to the opening of this. I'm definitely going to go to the opening and see what I'll go and see how the Leeds man then get down. The location of the Mint XL has now been revealed, taking over the former Prism, I guess that's pronounced, nightclub site. Actually, I've heard of Prism. Wasn't Prism in the news for a bad thing? I think so. Or maybe that was the one in Birmingham. Remember there was like a shooting, or there was someone got some kid, unfortunately. I think he's like a football player as well or something. I may be mistaken. On Woodhouse Lane, which is currently undergoing extensive redevelopment and full-scale renovation. The new venue will be located on the Merion Centre in Leeds City Centre, which team says is close to 2 universities and a key nightlife for transport links. Yeah, I can't wait for that. It's gonna be a vibe. I'm definitely gonna go to this. The official launch party of Mint XL has been announced and will take place on Friday, 25th of September. Okay, cool. Let's check out Dre Molin first of all, because I need to make sure that I'm going to these things. Dre Molin. What date is Dre Molin? Because I need to be there too. Oh, the 4th. Great. Oh, good. Awesome. Thank God. So I can go to Dre Molin still. I can still go to fucking Dre Molin. I can still go to Dre Molin Festival. That's fucking brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. That's my shitty fucking Leeds accent there, if you're wondering what I was doing. The official launch party in Mint XL has also been announced. Take place on Friday, 25th of September. Plans for the opening event have yet to be revealed. Mint Club comes with the team behind Mint Festival, Mint Warehouse, and flagship club Mint Club, which closed in 2018 after 20 years of development. Oh, okay, so Mint Club is not even a thing. Okay. So I guess it's okay. So just Mint XL. Mint XL will feature multiple rooms, operate with a strict no phone policy on its dance floor, and keep focused on the music. Love it already. The main rooms flaunt a Function 1 Vero sound system with the promise of bringing the high-spec production throughout the venue, making it the most ambitious project from the Mint team. The venue will reportedly host a range of events with focus on dance music and programming, lean extended sets, and longer live performances. Check out some first look photos of the new space below. I'm looking forward to. Ooh, look at the Mint lighting. I love this. I love what I'm seeing already. Mirrored ceilings and some walls and shit. Give it a little vibes. There's booths. I don't know what these booths are. Are these dark rooms? Are these places where people are going to DJ? I don't know what they are. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. Let's go Mint Excel Instagram. Do they have one? I'm sure they should have one, right? There we go. Mint Excel Leeds. A new multi-purpose space. You see some pictures there already. What's this gonna be? This thing here. Okay, they got some. What's this? Oh, it's huge, isn't it? It's fucking huge, man. This fucking drone shot is great. It's fucking massive. Wow. They really gutted it out, innit? So big fucking space. Can't wait for this to open, bro. I can't wait for this to open. I can't wait. More pictures and clips. Yeah. Still got a long way to go. It's like a basement-y type of club. Still got a long way to go, I guess, but it should be a good one when it does open up. Big up Mint Excel. Can't wait, mate. Can't wait. Cool. And are they already on fucking RA so I can reserve my fucking whatever? Mint Excel for the opening. Is it the 25th? Okay, the opening isn't there just yet, unfortunately. Cool. No problem. Big up Mint. Big up Mint. Big up Blood Clot Mint Excel. When they open, we will be there. We will be there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that has been the External Zing Show episode number 1044. I've got to get off to running, go to the gym, get off to work, the usual shit. You know how it is. And I'll see you guys later tonight for the random show. I'll see you guys later tonight for the random show. But for now, I'll leave you adieu. And before I leave you, I want to play for you my song of the day. My song of the day is going to be courtesy of, if I'm not mistaken, Iceage. One of my favorite bands ever. Big up fucking Iceage. New album just dropped called For Love of Grace and the Hereafter. I'm going to play my favorite song from the album so far as my song of the day for the audio podcast listeners only. And for those of you tuning in on Kick, you'll listen to it live. Everybody else, you won't. So audio podcast only and on Kick, you'll hear this song courtesy of Iceage called The Week. The Week, courtesy of the new album For the Love of Grace and the Hereafter. That will be, or For the Love and Grace and the Hereafter. Check it out. That's my song of the day. For everybody else that's tuning in, I appreciate you guys so much. The first day of the Cyberfund Memberfund happening today. Next 30 days. Thank you for tuning in. Been a pleasure, not a chore. This has been the External Zing Show, episode number 1044, day 1 of 30. Check you guys out very, very soon. Thank you for tuning in. Random show coming at you later on tonight. But for now, peace.